Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the council meeting CL 25/10. I welcome everyone and declare the meeting open. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I shall open with our karakia. Whakatau mai te wara, whakawate mai te hinanaro, whakarite mai te tinana, kia ea ai ngā mahi. Ai. So Councillor Henry is just come in, so there are no apologies. There are no consideration of late items. And does anyone have a declaration of interest today? No? There are no public excluded items. So we will move on to public forum. Now, I'm aware that a couple of our speakers are potentially caught in traffic, so hopefully they'll arrive in a little while. But we do have Darlene Dinsdale, who has asked to speak. So, Darlene, would you like to come to the front, please?
Morena tātou. Thank you for your time this morning. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here on behalf of Te Aroa to give our preferred position in relation to a decision that you will make today. So for Te Aroa, our preferred option is that Western Bay standalone. However, we are aware of other circumstances. Our second preference is multi-council, Western Bay Plenty District Council and Tauranga City Council. We do not support option 3 in terms of Māori and iwi and hapu. Te Aroa stand in support of our whānau at Matakana Island and our Tauranga Moana whānau. We do not support a multi-council of Western Bay, Tauranga City Council and Thames Coromandel District Council. We do have, however, given that a decision will be made today, we would like to draw your attention to some of the work that's been done or currently undertaken in terms of the water services plan. I'd also like to draw your attention to the key strategic principles 4 and 6 of that commitment agreement. We, as iwi and hapu, do not believe that it sufficiently meets the needs to address tangata whenua concerns. Therefore, we'd like inclusion from iwi and hapu into that development. We have some key principles that we believe require inclusion, and I'm pretty sure that you're all aware that we uphold the principles of tiriti or waitangi. We stand by our tino rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga of the taonga and wai. And the health and well-being to ensure that the Māori and the health and the well-being of not just the water and the whenua are respected. We draw notice to the existing commitment documents. We would advise or wish our benefit would be that we uphold these current existing governance documents and forums. Iwi and hapu also would like to draw your attention to the governance and the involvement, including iwi and hapu, on boards to make decisions. We understand that there will be certain skills required. We totally support that our people have those skills to assist to make those valuable decisions that will affect us all in our shared future. We also want to ensure that our mana motuhake is upheld in the delivery of this water services and this controlled council organisation. We are supportive that the reasoning behind the opposition to the multi-council with Thames Coromandel District Council is the unresolved treaty settlement issues that remain before us all and have for quite a while. And at no stage during this process, the Thames Coromandel District Council, their mayor or elected members come and speak to us as iwi and hapu. Te Arawa, through our chair, advised that he saw it as a sign of disrespect to us as mana whenua here in our region. We have a range of things that we really want to talk about. And we were given the opportunity to do that. And for those that were present, the message was loud and clear that they did not want a multi-council with Thames Coromandel District Council. Based on those reasons, I know that we've had this question posed to us. Other than the fact of unresolved treaty settlements, what would the issue be with water services delivery? The issue for us is the land. Your infrastructure and your pipes and our water flows through our land. And that remains the issue that we are left to face today as iwi and hapu. I could go on, but we do really want to be involved in getting under the hood and helping to develop this water services plan. We want to be seen included because it's an act of good faith and a true partnership. And to uphold that for our people is what's important for us as iwi representatives who are tasked with the key task is to give advice to our council and make recommendations. So our recommendation is first option for Te Arawa is standalone. Second option is a multi-council with Tauranga City Council. The third option proposed to us, that's a no-go zone. We support our whānau of Te Arawa, Tauranga Moana, of Takitumu and Mātātua. And we do not agree. We stand united in our decision to oppose that option and that preference of water services delivery. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Darlene. Councillor Henry.
Thank you for what you've presented to us today. I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit more on what was expressed around the table. Was it Monday? Yeah. That some of the councillors and even the staff in the room wouldn't have heard, that the implications, which myself didn't realise, if we did become a partner with Thames Coromandel, that in terms of the settlement, it could jeopardise it, not just for the settlement, but it could jeopardise it forever. with inroads into our roki?
It's my opinion, and happy to be corrected by those that were present. It is the opinion that there would not be able to settle if we were to agree to that multi-council. Our people, and if you were present, you saw that they were not happy with the inclusion, late inclusion, although perhaps council knew a lot earlier than iwi and hapu. Had we known or been advised in December, we may have been able to facilitate coordinator hui with all the iwi and hapu involved. But for today, and it's my opinion, that hasn't taken place. So, yeah, they are adamant and I stand in support of them.
Councillor Daly.
Darlene, thanks for coming in. Can you elaborate, when you first said that your preferred option is Western Bay standalone, do you mean in-house versus CCO? Secondly, your second preference, initially I thought you said your preference is a multi-council with TCC, Western Bay and Whakatane District Council, did you say?
I didn't say nothing about Whakatane District
So
Council.
I just misheard that. So
I didn't speak to Whakatane at all in that meeting that day. So yeah, I don't know where you got that from, Grant. That wasn't me.
no, I just misheard you this morning, sorry. Do you have a position on working with the other Bay of Plenty councils? Do you have a position on working with the other Bay of Plenty councils under a multi-council CCO?
I have personal opinions, but those aren't what we're here today to make a decision on. What was presented to iwi and hapu were the three options, and I'm only here today to speak to those.
Councillor Murray-Bench.
Darlene, thank you for coming in this morning. You may be around the table shortly. Could I just ask you, do you think that if James Coromandel come in, that the local iwi will have too much influence over their council and therefore over the rest of us? What basically is the issue?
The issue is unresolved treaty settlement and the issues around what has happened in the past. And I'd prefer that when Papa Hauata and Rion arrived this morning, that they're given the opportunity to therefore answer on behalf of the Moana. But Te Arawa, we stand in support of their decision.
Councillor Granger.
Thanks for your time this morning, Darlene. You said that if it were possible to resolve the treaty issues, that the issue remains that the pipes still go through the land. How is that any different from an in-house situation? Because the pipes will still go through the land. So what's the difference? I couldn't understand that subtly. We've got the pipes in the land now.
In terms of kaitiakitanga, which is what we're referring to in terms of the whenua, if we were to, oh sorry, not we, you, were to agree to a multi-council with James Coromandel, District Council and Tauranga City Council, it will create division. And it's clear because we wouldn't, as iwi and hapu, feel that our opinions are valued. And you asked for our assistance for our advice in this matter, and the advice has been clear. The issues of our kaitiakitanga of high value to us as Māori. It's the intrinsic values that the unseen. We have Māori and our Wairoa attached because our tupuna walked these lands and fought for them in for a very long time. Not just our own people. You are all aware of the land wars that happened in the Tauranga region. And it's the mere question that our ongoing rangatiratanga, mana motuhake, kaitiaki and whakapapa are always questioned when we need to make decisions of this kind. Oh, here's Papa.
Thank you, Darlene, but you didn't actually address the question I asked. The question, you said that in the absence of the treaty settlements, if they could somehow be magically resolved, there is still the issue of the pipe work going through the land that would make it unable to be worked with TCDC. So my question is, their pipes aren't going to come here, our pipes aren't going to go there, so we have already got our pipes in the ground. So how does, I couldn't understand how the inclusion of them made a difference to the pipework in the ground.
Yeah. And
okay. Kia ora. Sorry I'm late this morning. We just got off the barge. But, you know, I made my views quite clear last Friday that we can't sit here in good conscience alongside Parehauraki, given the unsettled claims that we do have, and it's definitely due to their actions, not ours. We've spent, and like that Colton was saying, is that we've spent a lot of money and a lot of time trying to resolve these issues, but still unable to resolve them. I brought my korohauati here. I didn't realise we're starting at 9:30. Sorry about that. But korohauati is here just to speak on behalf of Ngaitarangi, which is us. So if it please the council for the break and have a little chat.
Thank you, Nessie. I was going to call Dr. Hawata Palmer in just a moment. So firstly, though, is everyone finished with questions for Darlene? Are there any further questions? Go on then, go on.
I don't think you answered my first question about your preference for an in-house operation or CCO for a single council option.
Thank you, Grant. My in-house standalone option was because we want Western Bay District Council to retain our own mana motuhake for their ratepayers. We believe that it's the best option for us at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Well, I'm pleased to see that you were able to make it for this question time, because what I was trying to get before, and you might have been too nice, is what was expressed on around the table on Monday was what is the implication for long-term relations in this area if Hauraki are able to, if we're inviting Hauraki into our rohi in terms of our partner in terms of the water, the implications which was talked about on Monday of what the ramifications could be that with them coming in and challenging, not going through the Crown, but challenging local government for settlement issues where it's the local government's responsibility, but because we've invited them to be partners with us, that could put us in a vulnerable position. And that's what I would like the rest of the people to be able to hear you say, if you can, say what we heard on Monday.
So, and so have they been invited to sit at this table, or are we deciding that? Because that makes that's a different kōrero. You just said invited, so that's something different. But if we're talking about the possibility of them sitting at this table,
Yeah. Sorry, I said it wrong. Yeah, I did mean that. So.
I'm just waiting to hear the flow of the logic behind why they're involved here anyway, on behalf of the iwi of Tauranga Moana. That's all, and I'd like to respond to that when I hear you talked about them being invited. Okay. I want to know how and why and how it became possible.
Well, I think we better move on to, we've got other people asking questions and then other public speakers. So Councillor Sol, would you like to ask your question?
I think, yes, to that question, I think one of the answers is potentially from some of the figures we've seen, it would prove to be a benefit to our ratepayers working on that principle. That's only a perceived view, but there are some figures backing that up. So that would be why one of the reasons we would look at any other organised council to work with, obviously for the benefit of our ratepayers. But my question, sir, is really the kaitiakitanga, I don't believe will be in any way affected, because one of the issues we have is exactly as has been said earlier by my fellow councillors, that we are separate. We don't have pipes in their land. They don't have any in ours. But I think the big thing that's perhaps not really considered in this as yet is that things will be for sure ring-fenced. In other words, councils will have their operations in the first instance operating within their totally within their operations, okay? Where our pipes are will be still ours, and what is in Thames Coromandel will be theirs. But the other part to it is we will have a expectation that we have to provide to the authority. And each council has that expectation to be delivered. And so it actually still is separate. I think ongoing or old issues, I certainly don't knock those. They are very real, and I understand your issues. But as far as having kaitianga tanga is, I don't believe is entirely a fair argument when they will be separated. Can you explain that?
You're obviously not from around this way, born and bred like us, born and bred like this. So you probably are not getting the full picture or not a full understanding of what we're trying to say here. And you weren't at the last swear on Friday when Carlton was talking about the manifestation of Hauraki coming into this area and then and wanting to sit at this table to have a bigger impact and a bigger hit on what's going to go on around this table. I just want to say too that all of the work that we've worked with this council on the Katikati pipeline, I think for my own self is that if these people were to come to the table, there is going to be a shitstorm.
Thank you, Nessie. I think we better move on. And Dr. Palmer, are you willing to speak now?
Sorry, I still can't find the connection between Hauraki being involved with Tauranga Moana. And just to go over a little bit about the historical context, we've been at this for 16 years, debating, and the Waitangi Tribunal has said that Hauraki has a right within Tauranga Moana, but it does not give them the right to make the decisions on behalf of the iwi of Tauranga Moana. And that's the reason that I'm here, is to say that we do not accept Hauraki being part of any decision making on behalf of the iwi of Tauranga Moana. Sure, they have a right to be here, but that right does not include making decisions on behalf of all of the iwi of Tauranga Moana. And already there are 3, and one of Hauraki's 12 tribes is part of the 3. And if, excuse me, and if they become involved in making the decisions there are 12 of them, and the 3 of us iwi here, that's 15 iwi making decisions on behalf of the iwi of Tauranga Moana. We don't accept that, and we will never agree to it. And if you carry this further on, and Hauraki becomes part of the decision making, we as Ngaitarangi iwi, which is the biggest iwi in Tauranga Moana, will not participate in it, and so therefore any of your decisions that you make will be null and void. And that's our attitude towards that. I don't know how you're gonna deal with that, but all of this is new to me. Trying to include Hauraki in the iwi decision making in Tauranga Moana.
Thank you, Hawata. Are there any questions for Hawata? It sounds like you're more keen to listen than otherwise, but I will offer questions. No? Okay. Well, thank you. I have Rion on my list, but I don't see him here yet. So I think we had better move on. Sorry, Councillor Murray Bench.
Quick question. So is one of the issues, and we've had a close relationship over many years between ourselves and our Maori forums, is it your worry that if the Hauraki actually end up with one of the directors who has a connection to that rohi, that you will be hopelessly disadvantaged, or that they will have an unfair advantage? Is that your basic concern?
I'm not sure I can understand the question, but I'm wondering where they fit into the process. And I've been wondering this all ever since this came up. Why Hauraki is being discussed at all as part of this, the decision making in this area.
Okay, I think staff will cover that off in the presentation or introduction to the decision-making report. But it's a good question certainly to ask, and I'm sure staff will address it during their introduction. I have a couple more.
James, can I just add that, Margaret, it's for all of the councillors in this room to consider what Koro Hawata said about 12 other iwi coming to sit at this table alongside your fellows' own ones, which is us, me, him, Darlene. We are the people of this land, not them.
Thank you, Nessie. Councillor Henry.
I had occasion to come across a treaty settlement that was delivered to Katikati from the Hauraki tribe, and made claim on all the Crown land and housing, teacher housing, education, property. They have made a claim on that through the Treaty Settlement Tribunal. And that was a real worry. And I mean, it must have been a real worry for Maori. I didn't know about it for a while, but that claim didn't go through. They didn't get that. Is this a concern if we are becoming partners with a Hauraki or Thames Coromandel? Could something like that, because they're pretty aggressive from what I can see, and I don't mind saying that, and I don't mind if
I
they're
think you
listening.
better moderate that language slightly, Councillor Henry.
So,
I don't quite know how to.
well, that's the feeling I got from from Friday. That was a real worry. And it needs to be, if it is, it needs to be expressed now, because councillors can't know what they don't know.
I can't hear all of what you're saying, but as I understand it, any iwi has got every right to own land in Tauranga Moana, but that doesn't give them the right to have mana whenua over the land, which has been the original, which was part of our original debate. And because we are a resident, because we are here, and I don't want to go to the historical part of it, but because we are here and we are resident and we have mana whenua, we see ourselves as mana whenua over the land of Tauranga Moana. And there are lots of iwi who have land in Tauranga Moana. They and fine, we're quite happy with that. But that doesn't give them the right to make the decisions on behalf of tangata whenua of Tauranga Moana.
Okay. Councillor Sol.
First of all, I think I will explain a little bit. I do come from Waihi Beach. I am quite aware of the issues between Hauraki and Tauranga Moana in general, as a generalisation at least. I won't necessarily say I know every point and so on of the argument, but it has always been a problem for us there to do anything, because we've had to go one party or the other and try to get them together. So that's been something I've been involved in one way or another. And I just feel that the situation is, I'm trying to perhaps say to you, is about the choice. We could have easily perhaps found a relationship with perhaps the Palmerston North City Council. And that could have been an area, and they're miles away. And it's no different to what the Three Waters situation was, which was carrying us from there right down to Wanganui, in through Taranaki, etc. And so, I am quite aware again. As I say, I do believe there are safety areas for you, in that each one has got to produce its own expectations and so on. And that is for them not to come and interfere with here. But I always said to the old Three Waters one, I'm from South Taranaki, my iwi, Ngāti Ruanui. There is no way in heaven that we would be particularly keen on hooking up with Tainui. Okay, why? Because we got slaughtered by them. Why wouldn't we want to, but hopefully they're over that. I know that you've got a settlement to deal with, and that's a slightly different, but historically that's the case. So I am aware of your concerns, and I'm trying to find ways we can get through it. If not, we can't, and that's that.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. I'm conscious this may be questions, but thank you for explaining your position. Councillor Joyce.
So I'd like to ask you a provocative question, and it is a question. Hang on, I'll wait for Daisy to finish. Okay, it is a provocative question, but I'm not asking it because I believe in it or one way or the other, but I want to hear your answer, okay? If we were able to cauterize this so that Tauranga Moana and Te Arawa had no input into what's happening in TCDC, and the iwi, including Hauraki, but others in TCDC had no input into what was happening in Western Bay and Tauranga, like in the foundation documents for a CCO, so that it was very clear, those people are the mana whenua for that area for these matters, and they only can be involved in that. And Tauranga Moana and Te Arawa can only be involved at this end. If that was written in stone at the beginning, would that be an appropriate thing to talk about? I'm not even going to say to do, I'm going to say to talk about.
No, Rodney, any thought of having parehauraki at the table, anywhere near what you can do, whatever little contracts or whatever you think that you are protecting on our behalf, but just having them sitting at the table after all of these years, after quite a bit of conflict, is not going to sit well with any of us.
Thank you. Right, I think we got to the end of the public forum there. I don't see everyone here at this point, so that's I think we've got to the end of that. So I thank you, Nessie, Darlene, and Hoata. You're welcome to obviously stay for the rest of our quarter of this morning. So thank you. If you can take a seat in the public area, because we've got a few other items first. So next up in the agenda, we have the Thunder Ridge update. However, I request that the presentation from Thunder Ridge be moved to the confidential agenda to allow discussion on topics that are commercially sensitive at this time. So could I have a mover and seconder to move that to the confidential section?
Question, sir, can we make the decision as to whether it comes out of confidential when we have the workshop?
It's not a workshop, it's in the
Yes, I
confidential
don't
section.
agree with it being in the workshop, but if it has to be and everybody agrees to it, then I think
Well,
we can.
that would be appropriately discussed when at the time. Yeah. Okay, so can I have a mover, please? Councillor Granger, Deputy Mayor Scrimger. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So now to the, I guess the big item of the day, from page 8, which is the adoption of the Water Services Delivery Plan. And I welcome EJ, Ariel, Sarah and Adele. And I also note that David Hawkins and Vanessa Blacklock will be attending from DIA. I believe they're online, if that's correct. Great, thank you. So over to you. If you could introduce this topic and perhaps give a little bit of context would be valuable. What a couple of hands up. Is it a point of order or what's your?
Just to give time, given that there have been some editing done to the recommendations, is there a chance that we can actually get them up on screen later on? That's taken care of.
I'm just for everyone's awareness, there are 3 sets of recommendations that I'm aware of floating around, and they're fairly mutually exclusive, or at least in the mechanisms of how they're done and how you can't interchange them too well. So we'll have to consider that at the time, and we'll just have to work through things methodically and carefully. Okay, great. Okay, well, sorry, Councillor Granger.
Right, I just wanted to give a preliminary warning that I was going to recommend that set of recommendations I sent round last night.
Yeah, they all achieve similar things. It's just how we do it. So I'm happy to, if that's what you want to move, then we can work through that. Okay. Right, Councillor Henry. Because we're not at that point yet. We're not at that point yet. Councillor Daly.
Oh, since we're taking questions, can I just confirm?
No, these are points of order. We haven't even started yet, so.
Okay. I just want to clarify, we'll about ask questions of the DIA people that are zooming in.
Yes.
We have Aaron Gabby.
Okay, apparently we have Aaron Gabby as the rep from DIA, but I'm asking you.
So we don't have DIA online.
Oh, we don't. Okay, well, we'll of course that bridge may come to it, but let me hand over to Adele and her team and introduce. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So this is obviously a big day for you all. It's part of the water reform journey that's been going for some time. And as you all just discussed, it did start through the Three Waters program with the previous government, and we've been working through local waters done well since last year. It has had some challenges, as you've all noted through this process. Some of the build and information was evolving as we worked through this, and but the purpose of the Water Services Bill was to have a set out of enduring settings of new water services in a system to deliver that. The bill introduces a new economic regulation regime for water services overseen by the Commerce Commission. and it sets minimum requirements for water service providers, including financial sustainability tests, environmental resilience, and customer responsiveness. So the purpose of this is to ensure that we're going to be able to deliver safe, reliable, and sustainable water services that meet the regulatory requirements both now and into the future. I do want to acknowledge some of the conversation this morning around how we got to this point about having a multi-council CCO. So one of the requirements of this government was for us to consider working with other councils. It wanted to ensure that we met this financial sustainability tests, and to do that, we were set some criteria that measured us against those requirements. For us and our current water program, that standalone option we determined to be, although possible, would be quite risky for us. It would require us to deliver quite significant cost increases to be able to stand alone. And for that reason, we started down the track of looking for potential partners to partner with. Our relationship with Tauranga City Council has obviously been going on for quite some time, and we do have shared services in terms of our SS systems and our GIS systems and service delivery contracts already. We're also connected at the pipe with the Mokoroa waste services being delivered through to the Tauranga wastewater plant. So at that point, we also opened the door if there was anyone else that would be mutually provide mutual benefits to our CCO that would be available and offered through the discussions that we had early on. At that point in time, we were approached by Thames Coromandel and by Whakatane. So we undertook some modelling in the initial stages to see what that outcome would look like. And due to the timing of those discussions and the options that were available, particularly for Thames Coromandel, who had a number of different options that they could have worked with, we were silent at the time, but noted that we didn't necessarily need to talk to who our potential partners were. We had to deliver a water services delivery plan that would meet the requirements of the government's settings. So we know that there is a long process involved in coming together with this plan. The purpose is to come up with a plan that would provide for meeting the deadline of the 3rd of September. And so that is what we have worked towards. Whakatane have obviously pulled out and gone their own through their own pathways through this process. Just wanted to acknowledge that. The Thames Coromandel Western Bay picture from looking at the water services delivery and acknowledge the voice of our iwi today, did provide for some balance between the urban networks and the rural networks of the districts, both for Thames Coromandel and Western Bay to almost be 50-50 with the Tauranga City Council. So that was where we saw some benefit to us. Also, the Thames Coromandel has the balance sheet capacity over the next 10 years. And when we're looking at a multi-council CCO, there was some complementary programs of work between what we were doing and what they were doing, which again was another reason for us to consider them as a potential partner. When we looked and consulted with the community, we had a reasonable number of people give us some feedback of those that actually chose a pathway or, provide us with their feedback on their preferred options. 70% of the community opted for a multi-council CCO. I do want to acknowledge all the work that we've had in the background supporting us through this process through Martin Jenkins and the modelling, because it was obviously key to one of the requirements of government in ensuring that we meet the financial sustainability tests. I want to acknowledge, though, that this isn't the end of the process. We're at the point now where we're having to provide the plan to central government for them to acknowledge whether it meets their requirements or not. And then we'll be heading off into the due diligence phase. And as part of that due diligence, we'll be considering financial, legal, operational and governance related matters, including our iwi partner requirements. And obviously each of our partners may have different concerns, but it does offer an off-ramp to the process. We're envisaging that that due diligence process would last between 3 and 6 months. If there's any changes, we would need to be then at that point resubmitting our plan to central government. I do want to acknowledge that we are pretty late in the piece as far as this decision. We do need to deliver our water services plan by the 3rd of September. And so today we are seeking to work through the resolutions that we have on the table to enable us to complete that process. We would like to obviously adopt a water services delivery plan and a commitment agreement. Although if the decisions change today, we would need to come back to council for a final water services delivery plan to be delivered subject to the changes in the recommendations from council today. It wouldn't leave us too much time to obviously make significant changes. So we would be looking to come back by the 15th of August to enable us to deliver that plan on the 3rd of September. Have I missed anything else, Tim? But you just want to thank councillors for their support and their questions during the process. I think we have had a lot of questions, and I thank you for your input, and look forward to your decision making today.
Thank you, Gazelle. Are there any questions for staff? Councillor Henry.
As there have been some changes, can you just highlight, because we haven't got comparison here to look at what changes what we looked at before. So could you just highlight what the changes have been since we had our document? Because I'm not aware of them.
Could you clarify what changes in what exactly?
Changes in here. We're wanting the document up here. So what has been changed since?
So what was raised by Councillor Granger earlier is there's different ways we can resolve to in making a decision. They're relatively mutually exclusive, so we have to think carefully how we do that. But that's what we're putting on the screen is the resolution, so we can work through them methodically, and so they are a cohesive whole.
Right.
Other questions? Councillor Granger.
My question is for DIA.
It's for DIA. I believe Vanessa might be here now. Is that correct, Robin? So please address your question.
One, thank you for joining us. So my question is really based on the central government that you're representing. The previous government proposal was for 4 water companies, and then that became 10 water companies. And I believe that they lost the election on the basis of that. That may be right or wrong. But this government has proposed local water done well. And my question is, why is DIA pushing so hard to have regional water done widely rather than local water done well?
Vanessa.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and thank you, Chair. Councillor, I just would emphasise that the government has passed the legislation for the new local water done well policy and the legislative framework for that. And as you say, the name of it is local water done well, and the government has policy positions and has encouraged financially sustainable water arrangements, and has encouraged councils to form those, and whether that is through a standalone water entity or forming a CCO with other councils or by themselves, they have left those decisions up to councils.
Supplementary to that, it appears that DIA are waving a rather big stick to people who want to go alone and are stacking the deck against local water done well by not allowing, in our case, councils to count their FinCo income as income until we have sufficient connections. And surely FinCos come from growth, and that results in more connections. And if we had all the connections already, we wouldn't have so much growth. So we wouldn't have the FinCos to have the income. So it seems a little bit counterintuitive to disallow us to count FinCo income because we haven't got enough connections. So it appears to me that DIA is stacking the deck against people trying to be local and doing local water well.
Did you wish to comment, Vanessa? Sorry, it's more of a statement, I guess, but it's...
Yes, and with,
Why is DIA stacking the deck against us?
I'm here as a representative of DIA, councillor, and here to help explain how you might come to your arrangements. And I'm sorry, I can't make comment on your individual situation there, I'm afraid. And I don't have the knowledge, I must confess. I do apologise for that.
I think we need to be careful about asking essentially political questions to DIA staff members.
It's not a political question, sir. It's the,
Well,
it's the way they've
the
worded
policy
the
position
requirements.
of the government is for water services to be aggregated or to move on the path towards aggregation. That's been quite clear all the way through. We may disagree or not, but that's their view. Councillor Murray Bench.
Knowing that a reform of local government is serious under Chris Bishop and Simon Court, and those changes are fundamentally necessary. Did the government discuss with you at any stage as to why, in fact, they put this water issue first and not after the reform process?
No, they did not. This was the local water done well was a priority position for the government when they took office.
Councillor Coxhead.
Good morning, Vanessa. Just a question really about, given that, well, for example, this council is in reasonably good shape. We've been told that our pipes are in good shape and we've always managed our water extremely well. There are councils obviously out there that haven't done as good a job as we have, and I can't take any credit for that, credit to EJ there. But was it ever a consideration that rather than spend a whole lot of money in trying to reform everything and throwing a lot of money at Three Waters, etc., I mean, billions of dollars, to be honest, was it ever a consideration that maybe the funds could have been better spent just assisting those councils that actually needed help in the form of subsidies?
Not aware of those conversations, councillor, but I'm not aware of those conversations, I'm afraid.
Councillor Murray Bench.
Following on from Councillor Coxhead, we have the assets in the ground and we have funded that through loans in order that all the people who will use it over the lifetime of that asset will pay for it. That's called debt funding, which is what you do with assets. So our debt is reasonably high, but at the same time, our system is really fundamentally sound. And I think maybe we need to speak to the minister, Sue, rather than putting you on the spot for the questions that we have, which are so impossible for you to ask. But thank you for trying.
Councillor.
Councillor Murray Bench. I'm not sure there's much to say with that one. Councillor Daly.
Vanessa, thanks for coming this morning. My question is in regard to what we just heard in our public forum, and are you aware of any other councils who, having gone through the consultation process and have had the issue from tangata whenua or mana whenua raised with regard to not wanting to work with other iwi entities within a multi-council CCO? Has it been a roadblock in those cases? Have positions had to be changed as a result?
Thank you for the question. I'm aware of situations that are not exactly similar to the situation that you have here, and I have seen some of your input from mana whenua this morning, and I'm somewhat aware of that situation. What I would say is that I'm aware of other situations where the need for the different councils within a grouping to be able to work through their obligations and relationships and undertakings with their iwi and hapu will be proceeded with and negotiated through their foundational documents for the CCO, through, for example, a shareholder agreement or those constitutional documents. So there are groupings that have made their decision to form their CCO, but understanding that they need to work through that in this next phase. Sometimes that's called a due diligence phase, to settle those concerns, and that those commitments and undertakings that each council has can be ring fenced to that council within the CCO, within those foundational documents. I'm not sure that completely answers your question, but that is the experience to date.
Okay, and second question, if I can. One of the other major concerns that we've encountered is in regard to a multi-council CCO board of directors and representation on the board or the shareholders council. And it seems that the legislation or the guiding documents are pretty specific in this area. Can you give us some more, maybe, I'm not quite sure the best word, the actual position of the legislation in terms of who can and can't be on those boards or shareholder councils and appointments to those boards?
I think Adele would like to speak to that one, or Sarah.
Yeah, if it's acceptable to the councillor, I'm happy to respond to that question specific to your circumstances. And Vanessa, obviously, is expert in matters that are happening at DIA, but as I've previously advised the council, as have your officers, the legislation does preclude anyone other than councils being shareholders, which for some iwi has been a source of consternation. So the legislation does preclude that. However, the legislation does enable our councils to design representative arrangements that influence the way they make their shareholder decisions that can be quite bespoke to the area. And that's what Vanessa was saying in terms of other examples of what's happening across the country. Some councils are doing that directly with their iwi through existing mechanisms they have. Some councils are coming together with iwi jointly at the table in representative forums, and some councils, because of the particular nature of their treaty settlements, have iwi involved more directly in the representative forum. Other councils have iwi as part of a subcommittee nominating committee to select the board of the CCO. So across the country, we see obviously no iwi as shareholders because that is precluded by the legislation, but we are seeing a combination of different ways that iwi tangata whenua are partnering with council to influence the long-term design of the CCO, the competency of the board and the composition of the board. So that's, Vanessa, I'm sure you'll have an opinion on that. You could confirm for the council that that's an accurate description.
Through the chair, yes, thank you, Sarah. That is certainly an accurate description of the situation. Nothing further to add there.
Just supplementary as a result of that, could you explain the role of council going forward under a multi-council CCO in terms of tangata whenua representation or participation in decision making from the council side to generate the statement of expectation to the CCO, and also from the CCO side, once it's established, what their requirements or their requirements to engage with tangata whenua once established.
The detail of how that could work specifically for your council is not yet finalised, and that would be a focus for working with whomever you would partner at a council level, and also direct engagement with your iwi to shape that. There are a couple of things though that I can set out that you'd need to consider in doing that. The first is that you have flexibility in how you form your view of your shareholder position. You could seek to do that in subcommittee arrangements indirectly, or you could take it through your full council body, or you could partner with your iwi to do that. And so that would inform your view of your shareholder interest in whatever CCO you had. That shareholder interest would then influence a set number of decisions that the council, that the CCO would be responsible for, and you'd primarily do that through your statement of intent. You can also, and that's the kind of primary ongoing mechanism, you can also send a clear signal through the establishment process as you're setting up your CCO. That can go to how you would expect the CCO to engage directly with tangata whenua, how you would expect the existing relationships, such as the relationships you have around consenting arrangements, to be carried forward and respected by the CCO through those processes. And those kind of fundamentals of the establishment process are what your officers in the implementation planning work have done is anticipated by the treaty partnership agreement that would that would establish how that would work in practice. And so in the future, it would be expected that you would have continue to have a direct relationship with tangata whenua as shareholders, and that tangata whenua would have a direct relationship with CCO under your instruction, in line with what you would expect them to do. The other relationship that you would expect a joint water service organisation to have is with respect to treaty settlements. The only area that has carried through in terms of the treaty approach from the previous government's reform is in the area of treaty settlements, and the legislation requires all parties to the new regulatory regime to uphold treaty settlements. So what you have here with your iwi in the room is to say that they have a number of deeply felt existing cross-claim issues. And so notwithstanding that statutory protection of treaty settlement, they see that as an insurmountable issue because it is unresolved, and they do not have the historic experience of those unresolved issues being treated with the process that they would expect in good faith. So that's kind of a summary. So there are a number of mechanisms, from governance through to operations through to treaty settlements, that are available to you to work in partnership with iwi to design, both under standalone and a CCO option.
Thank you. Right. Go on, Grant.
There's no further questions from other councillors, and seeming like we're a bit loose with our standing orders today. I did have a couple more questions, if I can, regarding the CCO and the makeup of the shares within the CCO and the relative strength or control of each partner council. I understand there's been a lot of concern about Tauranga City having effectively full control of the CCO with their shareholder, their shares in the CCO. I know we haven't resolved the number of shares, but on a connection basis, I understand TCC are pushing for pretty much full control on that basis.
Through the Mayor. So at this point in time, the decision in front of you today is about which partner you're going to work with, moving into a potential multi-council CCO. some of those decisions around the shareholding and the vote allocation, etc., is part of your next phase. We obviously have had initial conversations, but there's certainly nothing that we've come to any form of agreement at this point in time. So we would expect that as part of the due diligence process and setting up your constitution and your arrangements, which council will be involved in.
Councillor Daly, another question?
Yes, sorry, back to you, Vanessa. I was hoping maybe Marlon was here, but I'll test you
Just
on.
ask your question, please, Councillor Daly.
In terms of the stated savings and efficiencies that have been projected for a multi-council CCO, especially from the DIA position, that it seems like we're being asked to take a leap of faith in the savings and efficiencies that are expected to be generated by combining our resources into a multi-council CCO. And could you just give from your experience, and I know Marlon had a lot of experience with water care and the CCO and maybe some other CCOs that he alluded to in previous meetings, if you can quantify or be certain that the savings and efficiencies are there with either a single CCO or a multi-CCO, and how that plays out over time. I mean, it's obviously set up costs over the first 10 years, but the experience for the following 10 years and what that's likely to look like.
I wonder if that's something that Sarah would be better able to respond to.
What I would say, and thank you for the question, and as Sarah May, I'm sure has the expertise. Whilst we certainly we're unable to have Marlon here today, I now do have my colleague, Jaron Shaw here, who, between he and Sarah, may be better placed to answer that question.
Sarah.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Daly. I actually do think that the council should take advantage of Jaron being on the line. He is in a very strong position to understand both the modelling that was undertaken by DIA when looking at the issues that you have here, and also is aware of the relatively conservative approach and efficiency assumptions we've taken. So Jaron, I don't want to put you too much on the spot, but perhaps you can talk about the general approach to operational efficiency savings, but also compare that to the finance-based efficiency savings that we'd get from a larger scale balance sheet approach. That would be useful, I think, for the council, if you're comfortable to do so.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah, Vanessa. Councillors, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So I just touch on the multi-council CCO structure, which we view as being more cost effective, both operationally and through improving access to financing. So aware of the modelling that Sarah has done in support of your council, and the recently conservative approach to operational efficiencies over that period. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from memory, it's circa 10% operating efficiencies over the 10-year period. And we think that is imminently achievable. And if, for example, a multi-council CCO were to be adopted of the scale of the three councils being considered, the operating efficiencies would likely exceed that. But from a modelling perspective, certainly supportive of the achievement of those benefits over the 10-year time horizon. The scale also gives you what I'd term as financing efficiency. And so from a local government funding agency lending perspective, they take the size of the organisation into account when determining the FFO to debt ratio, which is the bespoke lending covenant they've developed for water services CCOs. So for a large organisation, for example, of the three councils being considered, that would have a number of connections which would have the optimal FFO to debt ratio of 8% available to the council. So what that means is because of the greater number of connections and essentially the lower risk profile, LGFA will lend more to that particular organisation and well, lend more on an FFO to debt ratio. So the amount of cash to service that debt can essentially be lower because it's spread across a larger number of connections. They'll also take into account for an organisation of that size, 75% of development contributions is revenue in the FFO to debt calculation. So that has the I guess the impact of increasing the borrowing headroom available to the CCO to be able to invest in vital infrastructure. So those are two of the benefits that come from scale. Obviously, there are a large number of non-financial benefits that come from a regional CCO as well, including, you know, the potential for increased environmental outcomes across the region, a larger and more certain and more cost-effective supply chain, a larger and more attractive workforce and capability set available to the organisation, amongst others.
Thank you, Jevon. Is there one more? I'm conscious other people will need a turn. So
Yeah, just a very quick one. You mentioned the funds from operations. You know, the minimum is 8% for our modelling. In our projections, we're sort of having to sit at 10% mark, and I believe that sort of indicates that our benefit to the ratepayer, the end user, is a bit higher than if we were able to maybe reduce that to 8%. But going into the CCO, in terms of the ring fencing, are we able to get those end user costs down sooner rather than later? We seem to have quite an ambitious debt pay down program for Western Bay, especially.
I think those choices are still available to you to make, Councillor, in terms of structuring with partner councils and those ring fencing arrangements, as well as what their debt profile might look like over time. You know, LGFA and DIA's view is that because of the FFO to debt covenants developed for water services CCO, those water organisations are able to take a more utility-based approach to financing, where the debt is sort of spread out, I guess, and repaid over a longer period of time, so that burden doesn't disproportionately fall on ratepayers of today. It essentially is spread over users of the asset over the lifetime of it. So I think those, you know, that kind of sweet spot for debt payment can still be worked through as a key consideration alongside those partner councils if you elect to push forward with the joint model.
Councillor Wickers.
I'll be referring to the page 59 of the Water Services Delivery Plan in the late attachment. So this is just around depreciation, trying to understand the changing story that's happened over time. So right back at the start, this was raised as a significant factor that worked against us. Then I'm just reading the story here to try and make sense of what's happened through the process. So it says council currently funds depreciation on water surfaces through operating revenues. And then it says that the water services organisation is not expected to fully recover depreciation. And then it says it will fund a lower portion of depreciation. So it sounds like the story now is just about the opposite of where it started in regard to depreciation working against us. If you could explain that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think this is a fair observation, but I might trace it back to those original discussions just to try and lead you through it if that's okay. When we originally were engaged to provide you with support, we were introducing the concept of ring fencing, financial ring fencing for you. And your historic pattern had been to take a balanced budget approach, and Adele will correct me if I recount your history incorrectly, a balanced budget approach, which did mean that in any given year, the balance of your capital program would be paid for, but the source of the cash to do so might be from a broader revenue base, and you weren't doing what other councils were doing, which is depreciating your assets over time and applying that depreciation to new assets. And that under the new ring fencing rule, you would need to have your water assets standalone. And so that would mean that the kind of unders and overs approach that you had been managing would no longer be able to be applied. Now, that kind of explained why your historic approach to funding and financing your water infrastructure was no longer sustainable. Why the treatment of your depreciation policy would be more challenging if you continue to apply it in that way. That's kind of separate to the way a water service organisation, which is by definition ring fenced, would be able to take a balanced budget approach. So essentially it's saying your historical approach couldn't apply because of ring fencing, but the new water service organisation, because it is ring fenced, would be able to take a balanced budget approach. So the story has changed because of the circumstances in the context.
So what you're saying was how we were currently doing it will be the same way that the new entity will be doing it, but because of different situation, it will work then, whereas
won't work for you.
Yeah,
and that's because you had, and I don't know this accurately, and I think Adele, you were using money from other things, swimming pools, libraries, prudent decisions at the time, but in rates, and ring fencing means you can only use water money. So the new water service organisation will be able to use water money. So that's the explanation. But I will defer to Adele, who has a far better understanding of your particular circumstances.
Through the mayor. So I think you captured it very well, Sarah. It has been evolution, and it is a different capital structure that we're moving into. We have used a rates smoothing tool to fund depreciation, depending on when the asset costs are coming in, and that was a mechanism available to council. But as Sarah's pointed out, moving forward, we're working to a free funds operating, and you're looking at how you then fund that over time, and you sort of keep to a standard to have enough cash to ensure that you've got the ability to pay.
Cool, thanks for that. That makes sense. Second one, on page 66, showing the debt to revenue ratio, that we've got the cap of 500%. It shows that we actually breached that. Once again, back in the original information we provide, we showed that whatever our current situation, we breached the same, we breached our debt cap for about the same period of time. So I'm just wondering how it's okay in this one where it wasn't okay previously.
There was I was trying to explain how to explain this clearly. These limits and the view, both your own internal policy around your debt limits and the view of the LGFA around debt limits, and the way they may view both the new water service organisation and the transition towards establishment has been changing. When we first gave you advice, it was quite unclear, for example, around how FinCos would be treated, and that became clear. And so this, as a general rule, and again, I might call on Jaron, who is working with the LGFA on a frequent basis across the country, and Adele, who of course is on the board. the LGFA has indicated an increased tolerance for debt from water service organisations, dedicated water service organisations, for the reasons Jaron outlined around viewing them as a utility more than that they would if it was an in-house council delivery. So the tolerance has evolved. We've got more information, and the kind of picture and view from LGFA has been emerging, and as a general trend, they have more tolerance when it comes to water service organisations, particularly joint water service organisations, than they do of in-house delivery models. But if it's okay through you, Chair, I think this would be a good area to ask Jaron for his advice.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, happy to hand over to Jaron to perhaps answer Councillor Wicker's question in further detail.
Yeah, thank you. And apologies, I don't have access to the council papers. However, I think I have the gist of the question. So local government funding agency, essentially, when they look at council delivered services, they use a debt to revenue ratio. For water services CCO, they primarily look at an FFO to debt ratio. While they have sought to, define those ratios in ways that are similar to one another, they're not exactly like for like. So the FFO to debt ratio often results in water services CCO being able to, secure greater lending than what would be available under the debt to revenue ratio, or what would be considered as an equivalent debt to revenue ratio. Apologies, I haven't read or don't have access to the council papers, but that was my interpretation of the question being asked.
I'd probably just also point out that the 500% is not a covenant, it's just a prudent limit. So just as you have your policy internally around your debt limits, the 500% is to indicate a comfort. So you do and would expect from time to time you'd exceed and then come back. So that's another point to just make.
Last one. For an in-house model, extending the term of our loans, I understand that the way we currently work, our loans tend to be shorter. I understand that one of the big advantages from going to a CCO, or we'll call it a CCO, that the ability to have longer term loans is what keeps the cost down over a longer period of time. So is there anything stopping us in an in-house model just to have longer term loans?
As we previously advised you, the standalone CCO option is technically feasible for you. You could achieve financial sustainability by extending loans, by materially increasing your revenue in the near term to better match your capital program, and by de-risking other parts of council's investment plans, just to give yourself an overall comfort level about recourse and risk. So it's technically feasible. I think probably extending the length of the loans is not as important, given your capital program, as the revenue increases that might be prudent to reconsider. So we did some indicative modelling for you, and it was in the order of 15% per annum for a period of about 3 years in the near term. And that is because you would be creating a smaller CCO with a smaller balance sheet with large lumpy capital programs. Extending the debt would obviously help smooth that over time, but you would still need to ensure that your revenue increased to be able to provide confidence around financial sustainability. So our position on the kind of technically feasible but not an attractive proposition for your community needs to be weighed up against the benefits of the combination, including with TCC.
Councillor Maybench.
While I've got you there from the local government funding organisation, could I please ask you, we are a tier 1 council for planning. Why did you not allow us to be a tier 1 for funding as well, when in fact we are a growth council, and even in the last few years, the growth in our population has been significant? Why will you not allow that to happen?
Adele,
That's first question.
Just through the mayor, so I just wanted to indicate that Jaron Shaw is with the Department of Internal Affairs, not the local government funding agency.
He said he was on the local funding board.
No, he didn't.
Adele is.
Sorry?
Adele is on the board.
Right.
On the Shareholders Council.
But I mean, you have asked this question before, so I think it's kind of getting repetitive.
I didn't hear it, so could I have it repeated?
So through the mayor, so your question, Councillor Bench, is that, Murray Bench, sorry, is whether or not we should be considered a tier 1 council. So the tier 1, the provision of the local government funding agency wasn't to have anything more than 20% of their total borrowing to growth councils. They were going to assess that regime on a case-by-case basis. There's only 2 councils that have approached them under that guise at the moment, and that is Tauranga City Council due to their borrowing requirements, and for Wairoa, so not Wairoa, Waipa. And so at this point in time, we have not had to go to them because of our borrowings weren't at capacity.
Second question, sir. Ring fencing. The system has to be ring fenced. Who pays the cost of the establishment? Does that go on to the new body, or does that go on to existing ratepayers, or is it shared between both? Because it's a lot of money.
Through the mayor, so ring fencing is a provision that has been discussed as part of the formation of the CCO as it stands, but there is a clause in that says that it will be for a period of 5 years, and then there would need to be a joint decision of all councils that were part of the CCO to potentially remove that ring fencing requirement. There would be a cost allocation that would need to be agreed, so that would be your shareholding. It would then determine what costs would be obviously pushed back to those councils that were part of that CCO or Water Services Organisation, and that would be part of the decision that's yet to be made. But at this point in time, with a multi-criteria analysis that we've done, which includes connections, your asset values, etc., we're looking at about a mix of 64% Tauranga City Council, and if we're still working with Thames Coromandel, that would be 20% and 16% for Western Bay.
Is that 7 million?
We're still working through the costs of the establishment, but we have got budget provision for between $7 and $9 million between the 3 councils.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Question, I'm not sure if this is for Adele or for Miriam, but how constrained would our balance sheet be? Now, Sarah's referred to it. If we go it alone, and we need to do something else, how constrained would our balance sheet be for additional lending in other areas if we went alone in an in-house model?
Through the mayor, so just in relation to the question, are you talking standalone, so with or operating a singly owned water services organisation?
I don't think singly owned, the rest of the country is shown as singly owned is not, the CCO is not really a model. I mean, only Auckland seems to be, and a couple others seem to be doing it, but either way, I mean, the in-house is particularly the option people seem to be talking about. So probably the in-house, how constrained would our balance sheet be?
Through the mayor, so we don't have that information to hand at this point in time because our focus has been on the multi-council CCO. But if we were to stand in-house, as Sarah mentioned before, there's other considerations. So we couldn't include some of the revenues. When we're actually doing our borrowings, it would look quite different to how we're able to borrow under a multi-council CCO because of the FinCo revenue recognition. So we would be seriously impacted if we were looking to go standalone.
The second question is, how much difference on the financials does including or excluding DC make considering like in the first 10 years, they're capital light, we're capital heavy, but it evens out in the second 10 years, right? They're capital heavy and we're capital light. So how much difference overall does it make financially having TCDC in the CCO?
So you're right to view the financial strength of a multi-council approach being over the long term because of that complementary kind of balance sheet and investment profile, and the fact that we do expect that the scale of a large capital program will have benefits. So the economic strength comes over time. In terms of the short-term impact, the numbers, because we have been assuming that there is a 5-year period where prices are not harmonised, then the household impact would not be materially different. The real benefit comes over the longer term. And so just as we've previously advised, the benefits of having TCDC in the arrangement are more related to the longer term benefits over a 20 and 30-year horizon, the benefits that come from scale, and also the benefits of having another shareholding interest at a table that have interests around smaller distributed communities like yours. So that's the kind of nature of the benefits.
So we would still have some of those benefits actually, even if we went with TCC, right? Because we've got 2 regulators. Oh, sorry, that's unusual for me. I'm normally the noisy one. We have 2 regulators on our back, whatever we do. We also have joint pipes. We also have, we're the growth area for Tauranga. So we actually have many of those levers already in place, whether we go with a third partner or not, really, haven't we?
Yes. So a lot of the benefits accrue in terms of our financial modelling. The financial and operating efficiency are broadly the same. There's a little bit of difference, but it's not material. A cost that you would have, obviously, if you have 3 shareholding councils, is that establishment costs and transition costs are divided by 3. But yeah, that's a short term. Yeah. So it's a long-term economic scale decision, and obviously sits within in a much broader context.
Sorry, just through me, just to add to that. So again, with the multi-council CCO, it becomes one of attractiveness for the staff as well. So there has been something that's indicated to us as being a consideration for where their future might lie and the opportunities that will be available to them. And when you are looking around the country, that there are some size and scale. Where we were sitting at the moment under what was being put out in the last couple of weeks was about the 4th largest potential CCO across the country.
The 3 larger ones were Auckland, Christchurch and Wellington. So we were the largest regional CCO proposed.
Yeah, and just in terms of long-term thinking and scale, internationally, when it comes to the kinds of investment decisions that are being made, the kind of rule of thumb for what's the ideal size, which is very difficult for us as a small stringy country, is around 600,000 connections. So even with that, other than if you set aside Auckland, which I think we'll all agree is different, it's going to be quite difficult for any part of the country to get near that. So that's what's driven the local approach. So I think that certainly I've been in public forums where the minister has said that he expects a further round of consolidation to occur over time. But in terms of you right here, right now, which is the most important thing, longer term benefits, not short term, not much efficiency difference, and kind of establishment costs that would not be divided by 3, and as Adele said, more opportunities for your staff in a bigger entity.
Okay, councillor Coxhead.
Sarah, I just wanted to take you back to finish off or round off the question that councillor Wickers asked. So in terms of the terms of the loan for in-house versus CCO, either joint or single, we talked about longer terms being available in the CCO structure, but the amount, well, sorry, the tenure of the loan wasn't mentioned. So we normally talk about matching the life of the asset with the borrowing. So what's the difference in number terms, years? What is the difference between the term of a loan that we would be able to get maximum term in-house versus CCO, please?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information available because it's the kind of thing you need to market test. But generally, the debt is the debt. The length of the loan can spread the debt over a longer period and therefore enable you to, recoup that or have revenues that match that better. But I can't give you an answer specifically because we haven't modelled different financial scenarios of that particular kind, and you need to go to market structure and market sounding and financial structure advice for that.
So there's potentially no difference in terms available, terms available?
I can't respond to that. Yeah.
Through the mayor, just in relation to that, at the moment, we've got 3 settings under which we do our borrowing. So we have a 10-year, which is kind of for your short-term assets, with 25 or 30-year loan periods. And that's effectively based on the policy setting of council. And we have Miriam, who's been here for many, many years, so she may have something else to add to that. If council were of the mind, they could potentially look at that policy setting and then extend the length of the loans if it wishes to. But again, there's a lot of factors involved with doing that and implications for our borrowing program.
Miriam.
So our current arrangement is it's an intergenerational like for like. So we've always gone with that policy, and most councils would have done that across the country infrastructure wise. Generally, those assets that are in the water space are 25 to 30 years or can be longer. But what complicates it is if you go to a different structure, it's not just about the intergenerational equity, it's about what you can obtain on the markets in terms of your structure, in terms of your capital mix. And so you might get different interest rates, or you might get a different regime from those prepared to lend to you based on your capital structure. So it's not just about the life of your assets when you become a different entity. But that's been the philosophy for local government, has been intergenerational equity. So we don't try and match like for like over the life of the asset, and we try and be as fair as possible.
Supplementary question. This is about the covenants and the breach of the covenants in 27-28 if we were to go alone in-house. And equally, if we were to go in with TCC, we breached the covenants as well. So I understood there was a 5-year lead-in where there was a period of tolerance allowed by LGFA. That only applies to the CCO, not in-house, in terms of meeting all covenants.
Yeah, that's correct. So LGFA will allow up to 5 years to be able to hit that financial ratio.
For CCO only?
For CCOs, yes.
Councillor Daly.
Look, I'm sorry to prolong the questioning, but I have just reminded myself of another important question, and now that we've still got the DIA in the room, and that is the role of the economic regulator or the Commerce Commission, and in setting the prices for the end user. I listened into the Waitaki District Council where Marlon and Wayne were very explicit about what was expected from councils and CCO join-ups, but so I naturally assume that when you've got an economic regulator, that the purpose is to protect against rampant price hikes for the consumer. However, it was clear, there was a clear message that if a council, whether it was in-house or operating under a CCO, if they were not investing at an appropriate rate or pace or level of investment that the economic regulator would also step in and enforce increased investment and increased revenue to cover that off. So this would be applied equally to going forward to in-house councils as well as CCOs. But how heavy-handed will the DIA be in enforcing water services delivery plans that they are not happy with in terms of investment and revenue sufficiency?
Thanks, Councillor. So there's two parts to that answer. So the first is DIA's role is to receive and review water service delivery plans, and the Secretary of Local Government has a statutory role to accept those plans or to seek further information or request amendment by a council. Secretary also has a monitoring role around the implementation side of that. So where a council, for example, has an implementation plan to adopt a particular model, the DIA will monitor the implementation of that to make sure that the water service delivery plan is given effect to. At the same time, the Commerce Commission are being given powers through the bill before the House at the moment to being the ongoing economic regulator. They've given a number of presentations, and I believe including to your council, where they describe a regime that begins with financial information disclosure. And through that information disclosure, they're able to identify, for example, where a particular council may be over or undercharging, potentially not investing enough in infrastructure, those types of matters. And then they have a range of powers available to them to essentially intervene beyond information disclosure. So that includes, in the first instance, setting revenue thresholds. So those are non-binding, but they're an indication of where the Commerce Commission see the level of investment in revenue requirements being for a particular water provider. And then beyond that, they have the ability to seek through the Minister the powers associated with price quality regulation, which is where they can essentially mandate a particular price or investment path. So those powers are available to them, but there is a process for them to be able to work through to exercise those powers. And those powers apply to all water providers, whether in-house or delivered through a CCO.
Thank you. Councillor Henry. Use your microphone, please.
Because, and I'd like to ask Sarah to deliver something that she presented to us on Friday, options around the difficulty that the iwi have with entering into it and you gave several options, but you clearly at the day felt that they weren't going to be acceptable. But there's people here who wouldn't have heard those. But I am a firm view. I said on the day, I'm not voting for this.
We're not in the debate yet.
I know, but I'm telling you now because I feel we should have been, there should have been some signal to us that what we were doing, and I take responsibility. I made the decision to go ahead with this, and knowing what ramifications that we have hearing about today, and I'm not comfortable with that. I'm really not comfortable with that. I feel, I feel really upset about the fact that we have gone down that path, and I believe the councillors should have been made aware of that before. Maybe not all the staff knew, but some staff would have known that there were those historical difficulties between Tauranga Moana and Hauraki, and we were not fully made aware of that. And had we been,
is this getting to a question, Councillor?
Had we been made aware of it, that we might not have been in the situation now. So in saying that, Sarah offered several options that could be a mitigating to anything that was detrimental to the Tarangawana iwi if TCC came in and they were making some outrageous claims or something like that. Would you be able to, can you recall, Sarah, and would you be able to explain what you said at the time?
I can, and through you, Chair, I would just like to take an informed approach and acknowledge that the options that I identify might not be acceptable to the iwi, given the opinion that they have expressed today. And that was in part.
Yes.
So I can talk generally about what we're seeing across the other country and mechanisms that could be considered, but I just want to acknowledge that. Typically, when it comes to, you know, the interests that iwi and Māori have in water that are fundamental to their te ao Māori perspective, they would likely seek mechanisms from governance through to operations, from the beginning of the management of water services in terms of strategy setting through to the implementation and the way that water is dealt with at source and in place. And there are mechanisms available even in the shift in the way that the government has viewed treaty issues that attend to some of those. The exception to that is obviously shareholding, which is precluded by law. So at a governance level, I did talk earlier around the fact that iwi could be represented at a representative forum. There are also other forms of influence at a governance level, including advisory group arrangements and influence over the joint water service organisation and things such as co-designing, you know, treaty obligation requirements and treaty partnership requirements into the establishment documentation. So those are the kind of governance mechanisms. Another governance mechanism that has been used in other parts of the country is that councils can require te ao Māori and treaty-based competence of board directors for a water service organisation. Because the legislation requires for the boards to be competency-based, you can't take a representative model into the way the board is organised, but you can take a competency-based model, and there are certainly options available in terms of people who have te ao Māori and treaty interest and experience and expertise amongst Māoridom. The next layer of mechanism is particular to treaty settlements. Treaty settlements, of course, are the only statutory obligation you have prescribed in any detail in the legislation that you have to follow. And the legislation is relatively unclear about how you do that. It's that you must do it, give effect to treaty settlements. There are different mechanisms that you could have in place to do that. And they could begin now in terms of working on a treaty partnership plan, which is anticipated by your officers and the implementation work to really deeply and properly understand the relationships for those that have settled. As I've previously said, iwi typically view treaty settlements not as something that begins with the deed. The original acknowledgement of the grievance is manifest through the act and then follows through into the on-the-ground relationships. So you'd probably need to attend to all of those different domains of the treaty settlement relationship if you're going to do that in a thorough way. That is something that you are doing now. And across the country, we see different approaches being taken there. Mechanisms related to overlapping iwi interests and contemporary contest of boundaries is obviously the area that is of most challenge, and I would not claim to be an expert in the finer detail of the 12 years of legal contest that has occurred in this area, and no specialist advice from treaty lawyers to be sought on that. But in terms of relationship-based mechanisms, properly understanding the specificity of those cross claims, taking steps to understand that those cross claims are already recognised in terms of consenting processes through Environment Bay of Plenty, and are dealt with there in a way that is obviously unsatisfactory to the iwi you have in the room, but there is a mechanism for that. And so really the protections are around the particulars of water service provision, the pipe work here. The water service organisation will still need to get consents, but things can be done, both relationship things to acknowledge the cross-claim and separating out where those areas are under contest, and then also separating out the role of consenting processes, and that's already occurring. Management layer, then obviously the influence over management decisions. The primary mechanism is the competency base of the board. You can also have a clear involvement in your SOI around the involvement and ongoing involvement of tangata whenua in influencing. You can hold joint forum with your tangata whenua, where you call the CCO to account on a regular basis, nothing like sunshine. You can also provide an expectation to the water service organisation that they will retain a degree of organisational capability around knowledge of local tangata whenua issues and the knowledge of local mātauranga as well. Environmental concerns and standards, generally, as I've previously advised you, the recent trend in these standards has been to move away from the high standards that were previously in place for issues that typically are of concern to mana whenua, such as discharge from wastewater to sea, and a requirement to discharge to land, which tends to be more acceptable, although still difficult, and cross-contamination, and anything that kind of generally a higher environmental standard from a kaitiaki perspective. The trend lately has been that those environmental standards are softening, and that's there's not much that that the water service organisation can do, because they will be between an economic regulator and an environmental regulator. So they will be in a very difficult position to introduce costly solutions that might be in excess of environmental regulation standards. So that will be something that over time will shake through. And so finally, then it's the process of knitting all these things together. You don't have to design these mechanisms now. The decision before you is the one of who to partner with. And then you have a significant process of designing all this stuff to come. So there are quite a few options on the table to do that effectively, even under the option with TCC, just TCC, who mana whenua have in different forum have also said that they feel more comfortable about a relationship with TCC than they do TCDC. Seems to be the pressing issue, although we did hear a slightly different take on that today as well. So all of those things can be worked through regardless. I expect that mana whenua, even if you're on a standalone option, would seek to influence those kinds of options. So in summary, there is a long list of things, some of which I suspect would be on the edges of acceptable to your treaty partner, some of which would not. A lot of that would depend on who the partner is, and you don't need to force those decisions now. The primary decision for you today is one of who to partner with, and you've heard the view from mana whenua earlier today. So apologies, Mia, for trotting you through that landscape.
Thank you, Sarah. I think that is the end of our questions. I'm conscious we've been going 2 hours, so we do need a wee bit of a break. I would like to resolve the first two recommendations. Hopefully they don't generate much, if any, debate, and then we can get into the meaty stuff a bit after tea. So those first two recommendations are that we receive the report and that it is of high significance in our significance and engagement policy. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Granger. Assume there's no debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So if we can be back at 11:45 and then we'll crack on with the rest of the recommendations. Thank you. Okay, with everyone refreshed, we'll get back into it. So we're back on the adoption of the Water Services Delivery Plan. And there've been, as mentioned earlier, that there's been some different suggested recommendations floating around. There is a view that we should work off the decision tree that Councillor Granger kindly provided. And I'm hoping we can get that on screen just so that everyone can see it as we go. So the first recommendation, or recommendation 3 actually, is actually relatively straightforward, which is to approve the water services delivery model for water, wastewater and stormwater services to be either in-house or through a water organisation. Okay, so I guess if there's any further questions, I think bearing in mind we've given this a fair go this morning. So do I have a mover and seconder for an option? Councillor Murray-Benj.
I'll move that we have in-house.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Ray. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I'd like to speak. One of the reasons why I think the CCO is from outside is too remote, and I think, sir, we lose everything with the way it's going at the moment. And our ratepayers are the ones who, at the end of the day, regardless of what happens, they're going to be the ones paying. I said before that I felt the government's got it wrong, that the reform of local government that Christopher Bishop and Simon Court are working on was more important than this one, and would give us a chance to actually take a look at how our council would be structured, whereas this forces us into no man's land. I know in previous councils, we've never wanted a CCO because the one thing you can do is you cannot have the influence on them that you would think that you might have, and you don't. And so I can remember Peter Mackay being absolutely passionate about that. I had the opportunity to speak to Tanya Tapsell at the weekend, and they are quite comfortable with heading and doing it in-house. I accept what Miriam has told us, that to be in the first round is better because we've got some influence. But listening to the debate this morning, it is such a confusing environment. I think our council should hold tight and do it in-house until we're more confident about where we're going. And so the in-house option is the one that I'd like to see we pursue. The cost of setting up a CCO is quite exorbitant. And you know that the appointment of directors and the amount that they will receive as income will make us look as though we're being funded on crumbs as individual councillors. So I feel very strongly that this is the logical thing to do, to stand up for our ratepayers, defend them until we have something better to actually offer them. And I'm not saying that it stays in-house forever and a day, but I do believe that that's the position we should start with.
Thank you, Councillor Murray-Benj. I see Councillor Lucas.
Yeah, just a question of clarification from staff. An in-house model, if we go for that, is there time between now and the 3rd of September to develop a plan that would be sufficient?
Might have different views here across the table. It will be extremely challenging, if not almost impossible at this point in time.
And then the second question would be, if we go with a water organisation, but it doesn't pan out, we could go back to in-house because we would have through to September next year to work that through.
That's correct, but there is a process to follow if you intend to change your model, and that would include consultation and other matters.
Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, basically, this whole thing has been a real problem to me, and in the end, the logical conclusion always concerns me about the low-income person, and so that's sort of my prime thoughts and concern in the future is for the people. And I've basically gone through all these options one way or another, and it's amazing how we've virtually come back to 3 waters from previously. But the other part that really actually sticks in me a little bit is central government making local government their little whipping boy. And that's what they've done continuously, yet they throw this sort of thing on us with very limited time and very little and limited information and so on. And then they will probably say, no matter what decision we make, we're rubbish governors because you chose it. Or they're going to say, well, actually, you made the choice. They're not going to say, we told you you had to do it within X number of days and months. They're not going to come to that. So it's on a, I guess then we come to the situation, and the words used earlier was a leap of faith. Holy heavens, where's governance in that? So I look at this whole thing at present, and I believe I've got to support the motion in front of us at present, because I look at it like those of you here have probably played pin the tail on a donkey, right? Or your children have, or your grandchildren have. You know, it's a game you play where you put a blindfold on the people. You don't give them the information. You sort of give them this thing with a pin to pin a tail on a donkey, and then say, go and put it up there, you know. We're shooting blind so much of this. I accept we've got to progress, but at present, status quo, or in a sense, is probably our best choice as good governance. So, sir, I basically support the amendment and or the option before us now on that basis.
Councillor Thwaites. Oh, Councillor Thwaites.
Gee, tough decision for Don to have to face up to this, because I don't support keeping it in-house. I don't actually support stormwater being part of the approval too, and I'll just expand a little bit on stormwater. The 3 council, Northland Water, 3 councils there, Kaipara, Whangarei and Far North, are all retaining stormwater in-house. Auckland Super City, it's dealing with the fallout from the cyclone events and that went through, largely in-house still. It's not, they've never worked out how to charge stormwater through the CCO. Waikato Waters Limited, the 7 councils making up that, all 7 councils are retaining stormwater in their decision that they've done. The 2 Waikato, so the IY, or however you pronounce IAY, for Waikato and Hamilton City are retaining stormwater within their councils. TCDC, in their courageous decision made recently, they also retained it. There's almost a split in New Zealand from Mount Ruapehu North. They keep stormwater, and I think it is largely driven by the growth story and funding of growth. From there south, virtually all the councils, all the new entities being set up are including stormwater in there. So I see a real geographical divide. But I do see overall, over and above that, the affordability, the intergenerational nature of funding delivered through the CCO, the local government, local ownership protected, the scale and expertise, the loan funding available makes CCO just totally compelling. Talked about affordability to people. The models have shown us straight up that a CCO will deliver for people over the longer term. So really, I'm going to have to possibly swallow a bit of a rat and have to give away stormwater just to try and hopefully get the CCO over the line. I do go back to Tasmania Water, who 29 councils there, everyone pays $403 a water connection. Oh, sorry, 407. We charge 403 here in the Western Bay. We're so close to them. Their volumetric charge is applied to all 29 councils the same. Stormwater is retained by all the councils there. That is the gold standard to me. And if New Zealand could ultimately move in bigger chunks towards standardized of water and wastewater, it's the essence of life. And I do see it vitally important. So a long-winded chance to speak for the first time today, but I will be voting against retaining it in-house because I think the case for a CCO water organisation is overwhelming based on the evidence that has been presented in front of us over the last 6 months. Thank you.
Order, Mr. Mayor. Could I ask, could you, through you, Councillor Thwaites was arguing for the CCOs, but arguing for stormwater to be kept in-house? Was he not?
That's part of the decision. It says approves the water services delivery model for water, wastewater and stormwater services to be in-house or water organisation.
Could I ask then, what was his decision?
He's voted, he's indicated that he would be voting against your choice, your motion.
However, he argued all the way through that stormwater would remain in-house.
Councillor Mybench, this is not the chance to debate his point. You're trying to make a point of order. That is not appropriate in that circumstance.
Well, I do have an opportunity to move an amendment if your is lost shortly, but I'm just waiting for that opportunity to come.
Councillor Joyce.
Let's start with what we all agree. Safe, affordable, and environmentally responsible water supplies and disposal is what we want for all our whānau, for all our families. Unfortunately, and we've heard it a lot today, the financial factors have come to loom over all of these shared goals. This council has consulted widely, and we've considered a wealth of information on the way to today. I'll start with a rather obvious that sometimes gets missed. We are already joined at the tap with Taronga. Mokoroa wastewater, the Waiari water supplies in the east. Yeah, we're already working with them. This partnership is only going to get more entrenched over time. We're talking already about developing Tauriko South, which goes right across the border between the two districts. Whatever we do today, I tell you, we will be running our water networks in the future in conjunction with TCC. It's just a matter of how we do that. The only question really to me is whether we do this as partners, admittedly a junior partner, or as a supplicant on the outside. If we stay on our own, TCC has no real responsibility to look after us. If we are inside a CCO, then they will have real responsibilities to look after us through things such as the shareholder agreements, our council statements of expectations, and through our two rather energetic new regulators. But there are even bigger issues if we go in-house. Firstly, we know we fall miles short of the government's firmly held view that water companies need around 200,000 connections. We have around 15,000. FYI, for those who keep looking at Rotorua, Rotorua is 50% bigger than us. It's about 23,000 connections. We've talked a lot around this table about the government's big hand on our back, pushing us in the direction of a bigger waters company. It has been very evident through this process, and it's getting more explicit, as we all know, as we reach the end of it. Quite simply, the government has pretty much ensured we can't afford to go alone. Note that both major political parties back this process, right? They might quibble over the details of whether my scheme was better than your scheme, but actually this has been a consistent push from both governments that we've had over the last few years, that we need bigger water companies. It is not going to change. At best, even without the LGFA skewing the pitch, if we went alone, we'd quickly run up against our borrowing limits. Now, you can debate whether we're going to be over the limits, under the limits 1 year or more, but the fact is that waters are extremely capital heavy. You need to spend millions of dollars on each project, and then you get the money back from user charges, drip, 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 apologies for the pun, over the next 30 to 50 years. Yet the operating costs are not a big part of this. Our draft water service delivery plan forecasts 360 million in water's capex in coming years. 360 million. We might squeak by financially with sharply increased charges, a fair wind and a dose of luck going on our own. But frankly, if we go on our own, we are turning our council into a water company. We won't have room to do anything else. That will be to the detriment of our ratepayers and our community's other needs. The biggest non-water issue facing this district is Te Puke's traffic woes. They are going to cost money to fix. We don't even have a plan for it. I was shocked when I walked in there 3 years ago that we knew about the traffic woes, but this council didn't have anything in its long-term plan to address Te Puke's traffic woes. We also have a problem in Te Puke where the swimming pool is going to disappear in a few years' time. We're going to have to borrow money to fix those problems. If we go in-house, we won't have the money. We won't have the balance sheet to do it. And that's just one part of the district. It might even affect our waters investment. Look at Waihi Beach Stormwater. It's been delayed and delayed and delayed. Why? Because it keeps falling off the end of what we can afford. There are significant risks that could drown us, another bad pun, if we go alone. We talk about the current Katikati wastewater outfall as rapidly reaching the end of its life, much earlier than was planned. But that is not the only issue. Here's another example you can pull out of the Water Service Delivery Plan draft. Did you know we have around 250 kilometres of asbestos water pipes in our district, around 28% of the network? We are scheduled to replace those over the next 15 years. These pipes are safe as long as they are going well. But if they deteriorate ahead of schedule, then we're going to have to whip them out in a hurry unless we want to put asbestos into people's water supplies. My point in raising this is that there are risks on both sides. I've heard people argue that, oh, you know, the wastewater outfall for Katikati, we're going to do that a bit more slowly. But actually, we don't know what's coming. We may need to bring forward spending in other areas. It's going to be a balance. We cannot count only on calm weather. We have to count on the fact that we storms. We need room in our balance sheet to do that. That's especially true in stormwater. If we go alone, we will have precious little wiggle room as our very good assets, mostly installed a few decades ago now, start reaching the end of their lives. Yes, we can blame central government and take the temptation to stick it to them, but here is the thing. They won't even notice the poke. Not from Western Bay. I mean, you really think the government's going to say, yeah, look, I'm really sorry. We got it wrong. Margaret's right. And we're going to change everything. No, they're not going to do it. That pressure will still be there. So looking at the risks, the balance sheet, the costs to our community of going alone, I'm sorry, I do not believe it's good for our ratepayers or that it is responsible governance to try and go this path. It does not make sense.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Ray.
As it stands now, elected members have direct control and they set charges for water activities. Choosing an option to go to a CCO, the board of directors would be in charge. This corporatisation option is being pushed as a sustainable way forward that will deliver efficiencies, lower charges, better governance. It's hard to believe they won't be accountable to our people in the same way. Local knowledge or kaitiakitanga may be still sought, but it's a move that is further and further from local control, one that I cannot support. Promises of this kind have been made before. Whilst it looks good on paper, the numbers provided are assumptions. Key legislation driving these changes has not been passed, as well as other key aspects, including the future for regional councils, the new planning legislation, and then, of course, we have the RMA reforms. What is the rush? We absolutely have nothing to lose. So I love to support the fact that Councillor Granger has even given other options, because when I came to reading the documents, I was a little disappointed in the advantages and disadvantages being put forward in the report. It almost felt like it left me with no option. It was like, do this, you have to do this, even though it didn't say those words. So for me, you know, I've read through my oath, I've read through the Local Government Act, and this, to me, the in-house option is actually the only way that I can feel comfortable about making a decision here. So just like to support that, and that is why I'll be voting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Coxon.
I too would like our, excuse me, frog in my throat, our water services to remain in-house. No disrespect whatsoever to any of the staff. I think they've worked incredibly hard since August last year. And this has just gone on and on and on. And I want to thank you, Adele, and your team for all the hard work you've done. It's been a huge body of information, ever-changing feast for you, and you've kept up incredibly well and managed to stay sane. So, however, moving on for my rationale, so looking at the financial modelling, the numbers we're currently using have, we've already identified in the long-term plan that the timing of payments are not quite correct. And so I'm not comfortable that all the numbers are reliable, and I am not prepared to hang my hat on those. We've been told it's very important that we join any joint CCO agreements early so that we're in a better bargaining position. My experience in the corporate world has been quite the opposite. You better let somebody else go and do it first, find out what they get wrong, and then do it yourself. So I don't think if we're an attractive option now, we wouldn't be down the track, and so would still have good bargaining power. We are expected to make our decision without full information around becoming part of a joint CCO. And we're assured that there are plenty of off-ramps if required. I would much prefer we plan our journey carefully rather than reaching for the parachute. This is the biggest decision for councils in many decades, and we are being shoehorned into this by the government. Government covenants demonstrate a clear push towards CCOs, as we've also already discussed and had questions answered about this morning. So basically, all of these lead to councils being able to borrow more if they're joined, as opposed to us as an individual council on our own in-house borrowing less. Maybe that's not a bad thing. And despite what Councillor Joyce says, I don't necessarily think that, you know, as I say, I don't think we've got the timing of payments right. And so we just don't know. Why are we diving into something where we're not confident of the information we've got now? My reluctance to commit to a joint CCO at this stage is based on my concern also about these issues. We're making decisions today without full information from the government, e.g. Commerce Commission, DIA. We have been told that our assets are in good shape and and we deliver a good three waters service, and yet we need to reform, and it is necessary to form a CCO, joint CCO. Our consultation with the public, in hindsight, has been inadequate in format, and also the number of sessions we've held and the structure of those sessions. I've had, and I'm sure you all have too, had feedback that people actually really wanted to have a presentation where they could ask questions, not the format that we've run through. And I think we need to learn from this, because we've done this a few times and it's not working for the public. As I said, we've been using LTP figures that have poor poor reliability in terms of the timing of payments. The non-privatisation clause in the CCO agreement could be changed in the future by successive governments. This needs to be either entrenched in the legislation or, safer still, subject to public referendum for any structural changes if we ever were to enter into a CCO with other people. We've seen many overseas experiences with privatised or CCO combined water services and the issues there, and we've also seen what happened here with the Gem Taylors. The posturing and constant media reporting of a Bay of Plenty Council amalgamation at this time is poorly timed and ill-advised. New Zealand is the fourth country from the bottom of the OECD in terms of representation per capita. Bigger is not necessarily better. In the Auckland experience, efficiencies gained have never been properly measured in terms of their amalgamation. Amalgamation may make sense one day, but I am more concerned with the facts than the feels, and pushing for this right now is counterproductive. I also have concerns about TC's management of overall debt and spending levels, other than waters, that is. TCC's wish for non-harmonisation of pricing for up to 10 years or maybe never. How does that work? The unknown about what voting rights will apply to the CCO member councils. TCC will be pushing for greater voting rights, and we've heard this morning, maybe majority, and that's it. Obviously, when their share is 64% of the 3 council CCO. The CCO extra layers of costs and bureaucracy, board member remuneration, premises, running costs, staff costs, and potential cost of stranded overheads. Setup costs are estimated in excess of 9 million. The CCO further distances the ratepayer from the waters operation, hence less accountability, exactly to Councillor Ray's point. And realistically, how much influence will the council shareholder group and ultimately the councillors have over a joint CCO where we are a junior partner? There is a lack of clarity over the form and substance of Māori representation in the CCOs, and answers to this are not even expected until Q4 2025, after we voted today. I note in the water service delivery plan, there is an intention to work on a partnership plan, but we know nothing of that yet. Haven't heard a thing about it. We may as well stay with 3 waters for the little difference in the outcome. The only difference is in a CCO, the water assets are still owned by ratepayers and not transferred to one of 4 or 10 as it ended up being regional water authorities, which were to be 50-50 co-governed. I see this reform as a solution looking for a problem. This all started with the 2016 Havelock North drinking water contamination crisis, which gave the government questionable ammunition for reform. It was used to justify their shaky logic. And yes, there are councils that will need to get their water assets and delivery in better shape, but rather than a sensible targeted approach by the government, we are being funneled into a one-size-fits-all solution. If we count up the cost of 3 waters planning and local water done well planning, staff time, consultant, setup costs, etc., it amounts to approximately 1.5 billion for 3 waters, and there is no reliable information about the cost of staff, consultants, lawyers, etc. for local water done well. This sum, however much it may be, could have gone a long way to solving where the need was most urgent, in the form of government subsidies. Where is the public outrage? This is flowing under the radar in the media. It is flowing under the radar in terms of our consultation and our communities. They do not fully understand what this is. 3 waters stirred interest groups into a frenzy, and yet I hear little noise about local water done well. For all of these stated reasons, I will not be voting for this council to join the joint CCO based on the current information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coxon. Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour.
Thank you. I don't have a great deal to say, but I cannot support this motion before us today. There's been a lot of comment about a leap of faith, and if we went forward with a CCO, that it would be a leap of faith. Well, I believe that it's a real leap of faith to stay in-house and risk having the government impose a decision upon us. And I think we need to be very wary of that. Not everybody will agree with me, but we heard from Jaron Shaw earlier about operational efficiencies, and he described their calculations as conservative, but that they expect to exceed those. Yes, I accept that is a leap of faith, but as I was reflecting on that sitting here, I couldn't help but think of our kiwi fruit industry that is so important to our district. When I came to the Bay 45 years ago, many properties had been just cut up into small blocks to plant kiwi fruit, commonly around 4 hectares in size. Today, there are many of those small orchards still operational, 1, 2, 3, 4 hectares, but the vast majority of them are run by management companies, and they still hold their individual ownership, their individual opportunity to use the profits generated. But clearly there have been major benefits from having groups able to manage those orchards, to organise the inputs and the labour requirements has been much more efficient. I also have to say, and it pains me to disagree with my neighbour, but I struggle with describing this process as corporatisation when we were told very clearly an hour or two ago that the only shareholders can be councils. And so while we might not like it, it certainly does not meet my definition of corporatisation. And so with that, I just want to leave it there and say that I cannot support this motion before us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour. Councillor Henry.
Okay, I'm very grateful that we're going through this process this morning. I didn't think that we would get here, so thank you to all that contributed to what we are now going to do, well, what we're going through now. I've been here nearly 6 years now, and I have not seen a very good model of contractor delivery that is one or twice removed from the staffing that control the actions of the contractors. And I'm talking about the roading contract, which was in two processes to go through, Westlink and then the Downer. Now, in my view, I felt that there was probably, that was probably well managed as what council staff felt, but on the ground, it didn't appear so. And there's more history about why that actually wasn't delivered very well anyway, and that involved a contract that wasn't delivered from Taronga City. So in my view, that roading contract was very poorly delivered. And the day that NZTA walked away and Downer were left there, I think it was myself and somebody else stood up and started clapping, because it was coming back in-house, and we're still learning about how we're managing more effectively within our house, as we heard from Callum the other day, because we haven't had it there for 28 plus years or something, a long time anyway. So we then come to the water. So the Waihi Beach ratepayers have been screaming out for attention for their water amenities to be looked after at the beach, and there were no trucks, no change. And then there was a catalyst for change, which came with the Waihi Beach, the overflow of the dam, which took out pension flats were lost from that, and if it wasn't for the fact that it would happen during the day, we could have had a loss of life. And then what I'm concerned about water is what we actually have now, which is a very effective water team that talk to their public, that engage with their public, that make decisions with their public. And I don't believe we will get that with any CCO model that we would go into. And I want to congratulate EJ and the way he runs his team, and he allows his team to grow. He's not all over it. They are all very, very experienced. And that's something I'm not really keen to lose.
Thank you. Other speakers? You've already spoken, is it?
Just clarify, I realised at the time I asked questions and I'd finished asking the questions and I forgot to actually say what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
I'll be brief.
Go on.
Just acknowledge or the speakers who have spoken. And there were so many valid arguments on both sides. The only thing I'd like to add, in-house, we've been told we'll add 45% of water charges over 3 years. So that's a very valid consideration. But in weighing it up, the risk of not putting a valid water services plan by the 3rd of September means that we will lose our mana motohake, and the concern of hauraki making decisions will be vastly overshadowed by pōnaki coming in and telling us what to do. So on balance, the risk is too big, so I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you. Other speakers, Councillor Granger is next, and then Councillor Daly.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak for a long time. I'm confess to being very conflicted about this decision. The team at the top table have done a fantastic amount of work. I mean, that's some of the papers we were given, not all of them. We've had to get our heads around this. On paper, the numbers appear to show that it's a better idea, but I go back to my question to the DIA this morning, that what we're told to be doing is local water done well and not regional water done widely. We have done local water well up till now. And I can see merits of it being in-house. I can see merits of it not being in-house. If it is not in-house and TCDC are ruled out, they went left with TCC, and TCC don't want harmonisation because they see we're a bad partner to be with. So that doesn't give one a lot of confidence. And we know that they've got serious debt problems down the road anyways. So I'm not sure how joint CCO is going to really work in practice. It really only works with TCDC in the mix, because that's what makes the numbers stack up over time. And if we can't have TCDC and we're stuck with TCC, then that doesn't seem to be such an attractive option. And I think along with, I agree with Councillor Cox said about our consultation. I don't really think that the public out there have really understood what this is all about, and we haven't really had the full feedback that we should have to inform this decision. So that hasn't clarified anything at all. That's where I'm sitting.
Thank you, Councillor Granger. Councillor Daly.
Normally I'd prepare a speech for something of this magnitude, but I'm going to just speak to, I came in not sure how this was going to go today, but I think from the beginning I've lent towards the CCO, multi-council CCO option for all the reasons that were given in support of it, the efficiencies and the savings. You have to think of, I mean, primarily my concern is for the end user or the consumer, and what water bills, what the 3 water charges are to them. And our council has traditionally been one of the highest rated or ranked councils in the country for our water charges. And you know, we've been lambasted for having the highest rates in general, but when it comes down to it, that's mainly because of the water's investment that we've made. So we have been responsible in terms of, you know, maintaining and upgrading our pipes and wastewater treatment plants and water supplies. So so we've been criticised for doing what the government is now leading us by the nose into. So, and you know, it's been said by others, you know, the government has basically told us that if you don't do this, if you don't do it right, if your council doesn't stack up, then we're going to put in a Crown facilitator. We're going to prepare a plan for you, and we will lose control, as Andy said. And that is a scary proposition, to be honest. We lose all control. Whereas at this stage, if we commit to the multi-council CCO, we still have a due diligence period in which to, we've all been concerned about the speed of this process and, the lack of information. We've been sort of drip fed information that's been updated constantly. And so even now it's hard to know exactly what we're letting ourselves in for. I know, but and in terms of the government direction, it's pretty clear from even if you look at the Water Services Delivery Plan legislation, it's just had its second reading in the House. If you read the commentary in there from the opposition parties, Te Pāti Māori, the Green Party and New Zealand Labour Party, that will give you an indication of where we're heading with amalgamation of the water services. And I don't like the idea of delaying at this stage in remaining in-house. And then if there's a change of government, we're pretty much going to be lumped in with whatever else is going. But at this stage, if we've got a chance to maybe lock something in, then maybe we'll be in a stronger position when that does happen down the track, because it is just a matter of time. Since Three Waters was proposed, Scottish Water, or the Water Industry Commission of Scotland, were called in to do the modelling for the DIA, and I'm sure that most of their models are still based on that analysis. And in the Tasmanian water, it's all been about removing individual councils from this infrastructure delivery and leading to either fewer organisations and ultimately one big organisation. I think there's a lot of American states and some Australian states that retain the local council model, and Germany is probably the most successful one in that regard, but maybe the Germans have got a different mindset to the rest of the world, and they make it work very well. But I think, like it or not, this country, whichever government you've got in power, is pushing us in this direction. So I really think that we need to do something now, make the best of a bad situation. I am concerned about the influence of Tauranga City Council being a big brother, and their indications that they basically perceive us as ants to be manipulated and controlled, and I don't like that. But we do have protections we can put in place with our statement of expectations and shareholder agreements, and we need to make sure that we do get the best outcome we can in that regard. So just on the consultation, I do agree that that the response from the public and the ratepayers was very unexpectedly poor. 124 submissions, although the majority, 70% were in favour of a CCO option, but with strong director appointments and based on competency. So, yeah, quite often in these cases when this happens, the decision is made and then the outcry begins. But I don't know, I think we've given people every opportunity, apart from Mana Whenua, I must admit. It is disappointing that they have come into the process quite late in the piece, and I guess we have to wear responsibility for the fact that, we weren't even aware that the relationship with TCDC was going to be so problematic. I think most of us are aware of the history, the whakamā and hoto that exists between Tauranga Moana iwi and Hauraki iwi. And it's really unfortunate that this hasn't been addressed earlier. The consultation didn't occur earlier. And so anyway, overall, I'm supportive of the multi-council CC approach, but let's make the most of it if there's an off-ramp, if it's required. And I also do like the option of working more with other Bay of Plenty councils, bringing them into the mix so that Tauranga City Council does not have a majority controlling, manipulating interest in the CCO. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. So that just leaves me and potentially Councillor Mo-Benji, if she would like her right to reply after me.
Sorry, through the mayor, can I just make a comment? At the moment, we're just hearing what's coming through from Tauranga City Council. And so we might like to, before you make your final decision and final voting, you might like to consider where things are at with them.
Right, I think the process we've got both their resolutions and for ours means that we can make our decisions independently and it falls where it falls. So I think I'd like to keep our decision pure in that regards, because we can the design of the
pure. I mean, if we need to know what they're thinking, if we've got an indication how they're voting, that is relevant to our decision. And to say we're going to be pure is just silly.
Councillor, okay, thank you. Joining with TCC is the only realistic way we can satisfy the requirements of water services delivery plan. The in-house option is marginally viable and will be a serious disservice to our ratepayers by massively increasing the costs of water services compared to a multi-council CCO. We've seen that the cost would be well over $1,000 a year more expensive. I cannot accept that for our ratepayers, that they would pay more than $1,000 every year after around 10 years. You can argue that maybe that's a bit wrong. Maybe it's, maybe it's 800, maybe it's 1,300, who knows? But the direction of travel is pretty clear. That is we've heard it's well researched, it's conservative, and it's based on experience overseas as well. There is no status quo here. One way or another, we will have a lot less control over our water services, both from the Commerce Commission, which will regulate prices, and Taumata Arawai, which will regulate standards. But we also need to think about strategic thinking. It's about the long term and the gains for us over that time period. Also within the mix is regional deals and the need for us to play ball in that sense. But that is a big win for us if we nail that one. And we shouldn't we should consider that. We also need to consider what our advisors and the public are telling us. 70% of the public wanted a multi-council CCO. The government wants a multi-council CCOs. Our advisors, Martin Jenkins, have strongly advised it, as has our staff. As others have mentioned, it's not just the government, it's Labour, it's Greens, it's pretty well all the parties are very keen on that. I think it's, having got this far, we've done a lot of work, and it's not just in the last year or so, it's over the last 5 years on amalgamation of water services in one form or another. And it is clear, the direction of travel, but also the political desire from central government, and also the efficiencies and cost effectiveness of doing so. I think, as I said, it would be a real disservice in our governance process to reject all that advice and what our community wants. There's a certain amount of caution, certain amount of I wish things were otherwise. I certainly felt like that when Three Waters first came up. Why is this happening to us now? We've got good assets, etc. But it is coming. There is a vast amount of money that needs to be spent in the Three Waters area, and this is the way we can make it affordable for our ratepayers. So I will be voting against the motion and support a multi-council CCO. Thank you. Councillor Murray-Bench, you are to reply.
Right. This is the most important decision we will make in this term and in the future terms of this council. We're one of the few democracies left in the world. And democracy means local people making local decisions. Local water done well should reflect what local people think. And first of all, I want to thank our staff. They could not have supplied us with more information if they had tried, and left us in a terribly confused state. Most of you can hear around the table, confused, because we know we're giving away a great deal if we go with the multi-CCO. We appreciate the fact that our Māori Forum reps have come into this morning to share with us their concern, and they'd like to see us stay in-house. We work well with our Māori Forums. We listen to them. We try to accommodate them. But, sir, it all started, as you say, several years ago with Havelock North, as Councillor Cox has commented. And the people died because they let the sheep get into the water. Nobody ever says that they spent $80 million, could have been 60, but I think it was $80 million fixing their system. They never got credit for upgrading the system that they've got. You cannot make a decision based on 127 people. You cannot assume that 127 reflects the people of this district. We have not had good consultation, sir. In days gone by, we would have had public meetings and we would have had to defend the position in front of the people, and we would have had to answer questions. There's no quicker way to sort out your thinking and to feel what people are actually thinking. So I come back to the fact we have to take the people with us, and we're not. We've assumed that 127 people is A-OK for this process. If we had incompetent staff, you could argue that this is a good move, but we have got good staff, and I'm quite sure they're not rushing away unless we push them. And so in my book, sir, I've listened to the debate. I heard from Councillor Thwaites, who spent most of his time talking about the need for stormwater to stay in-house, and we all agree with that. But I do not believe that the public understand the predicament that we are in. A CCO is not something you go into lightly. You don't have the influence, you don't have the say, and you just have to go along with it. The cost of putting all this together is frightening, and the cost of putting directors around the table is equally expensive. And we will continue, sir, to work closely with TCC because that's logical that we should do so. But do we have to actually have an umbilical cord attached from us to them? We don't. And so I'm firmly of the view that the more I've listened to this, the more uncomfortable I have become. I do not accept that the government has got it right and that we'll listen to the people. And if they want to bring the bureaucracy in to knock us about, then so be it. But we will have what we have always done, promote a solution that will justify the position we have. And then as time goes by, we can look again at what we might like to do going with other councils. We've heard from the forum as to what they think of one of the partners that could be in the CCO, and we would be fools not to take notice of them. So, but that's not the issue. The issue is, does it stay in-house or does it not? And in my book, you cannot convince me that what we are doing, trying to take it away from in-house from this council, is the right decision at this time. It is not. So, sir, I stand by what I have said.
Thank you, councillor Murray Benge. So that brings us to the end of the debate. I understand that TCC have not actually made a decision yet, so that's where we are. So I think we'll go on the hands because it's going to be close. So I
think we should have a division, sir.
Yeah, we'll get there, but the show of hands will get us to the division.
Do
Thank
it
you.
right from the beginning.
Sorry, if you call for a division, we get a division.
Yeah. So we're going to raise our hands so we can count exactly who's doing it. So and Councillor Murray Benge has sorted division, which obviously we'll count. So Councillor Murray Benge has moved and Councillor Ray has seconded that we go with the in-house option. So all those in favour of the in-house option, please raise your hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Marvellous. And those against, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lovely. So that means it's tied, which means I get a casting vote. And we don't have to, the debate's over. So my thinking here is there are off-ramps. We can choose otherwise later on if we don't get what we want. I have some bottom lines, I'm sure other people do too. So I'm going to vote against the motion and in favour of a multi-council CCO. Okay, so in which case I'll declare the motion lost, and that means we'll have a multi-council CCO, the composition of which is...
I think you need to have a resolution. You need to have a resolution.
Okay. So in which case, okay.
Has Robin got the names? Could she read them out, please?
We've got the names. It's fine. So I think I just been
Read them out,
advised we need
please.
a resolution to have a positive for water organisation. Okay. So please raise your hands for, well,
It's been raised because that wording up there includes stormwater. It's not clear what that means because there are 3 different models for stormwater. So I don't believe in terms of voting for 3-2 that's granular enough. We have not made a decision on what degree of stormwater, if any, we pass across to a CCO.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confer just for a moment. So I'm being advised we need a positive motion to choose option, the other one, the water organisation. And in answer to your question, Councillor Joyce, I think we can, if we'd like to carve that out and we can have that debate separately. I just don't want to start all over again with a.
Can I make a suggestion?
Point of order.
We get there at point H.
So can I suggest we just take some words out now so we get to it when we get further down the decision tree? So my suggestion would be approves the water service delivery model to be a water organisation and leave the definition of which parts till later on. And
okay, so you want to take out
any mention of the individual nodes.
That's a clean.
And then we come to it later in Councillor Granger's tree.
Thank you. That's acceptable. So. So Councillor Joyce has moved, Councillor Thwaites has seconded. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7? Please put your hands high rather than sort of chest height. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's carried. Right. Right. Moving on then. So the next question is if a water organisation, which we have just resolved, then it is either standalone Western Bay of Plenty District Council or a multi-council water organisation subject to all the partner councils being satisfied with the results of the due diligence process. I think that the wording after that is probably not appropriate in that it presupposes a number of discussions in the in the following discussions about the CA and so on.
Through you, Your Worship, I think that's a condition that we can't resolve, so it should be removed from that part of the resolution, because that's not part of the decision making today.
So the question, well, the options are a standalone Western Bay Council CCO or a multi-council CCO. Councillor Joyce.
Happy to move the second option.
Okay. Councillor Daly. Would people like to speak to it again? Councillor Joyce.
We need a partner or partners. I've already spoken about the fact that we cannot. So I thought it was on. We need a partner or partners. I've already spoken about the fact that we cannot afford to go alone unless we want to abandon our other responsibilities to our residents and ratepayers. I have to admit that finding a partner, well done, Sarah, with a spare balance sheet capacity is tempting. TCDC is in that position. However, when you look at the numbers, this is a short to medium term advantage only. After a few years, partnering with TCDC balances out. It is not clear from the massive figures that we've seen in recent months that TCDC brings real financial benefits long term beyond a small amount of extra size. Then there is the question of working with our tangata whenua partners. I realise there is a view or a suggestion out there that this issue may be manageable, but I remind you that we need to work with mana whenua on an ongoing basis on many fronts, not leastly to meet our treaty obligations as provided for in the legislation, but also to respect their defined roles in our water resource consents. This is a long-term decision. We need to do what is best for all our ratepayers over coming decades. This is a decision that will impact our children and our grandchildren. We've heard some talk today about losing control. The key difference between this system and the one of the previous government is that council will be shareholders with voting rights. As we've heard, all the major parties in Wellington are in favour of bigger water companies. This ain't going to be reversed. The direction's not going to go back. The law says these CCOs cannot be sold, so sorry, stoking a privatisation fear is irresponsible and a red herring. Today is just one step along that path. It is a big step, but there is much more work to be done on due diligence, shareholder agreements and the like. I'm not willing to go further than we need to, and for that reason, at this stage, I back a joint CCO with Tauranga. Then we head towards that second round of aggregations in a more logical fashion, probably looking east.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I'll just say that the standalone CCO seems to be a bit of the worst of all worlds. You have the cost of the CCO, but you don't get the benefits of having the scale. So I'm not in favour of that. So I'll keep it brief. Councillor Thwaites.
Yeah, I too will be supporting the multi-council option. I just didn't speak before about paying homage to some of my past contemporaries around this table. And in 2010, we made the decision, it was quite courageous at the time, to install water meters throughout the whole district. That followed through a 6-year process, 2 years in each ward. It got the water meters right through. Some parts of New Zealand still don't have water meters out of fear-mongering, like Councillor Joyce mentioned, about privatisation fears and all the rest. But they were extremely good. 6 years after that, we launched into amalgamating the 3 water schemes and the 5 wastewater schemes to a single charge. And I note back when I looked up before, the price of Eastern Water in 2013 was $521 to each household down there. Today, it is $407. 12 years later, it is over $100 cheaper. So that was, at the time, that took a split decision like we just mentioned before, but it had a real long-term view. And subsequent to that, a number of councils throughout New Zealand have pushed their waters together. Waikato followed suit. Taupo just recently, a couple of years ago, put 19 water schemes together and came up with one price. So it just shows that this is the evolution that's gone on. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Daly.
Yes, I seconded this motion because I do believe that all roads lead to Rome, or in this case, joined up council controlled water services organisations. And despite the apprehension about the legitimacy of the savings and efficiencies quoted, it has been reinforced that those stated efficiencies are conservative. And I think I've heard of other examples, whether mainly by word of mouth, but from, like John Scrimge's argument about Federated Farmers and Zespri, how, being together does actually lead to savings and efficiencies for the shareholders. And so it does come down to the protections for the shareholders. And I think the ring fencing that is part of this arrangement is our biggest protection. We get the benefits of the larger organisation without having to be party to whatever happens within those other partner shareholders. And if that means that we have to be ring fence forever, that is the one saving grace, I think, that protects us against our big brother neighbour. But, I certainly don't want to exclude the option of bringing in other councils, because that does actually lead to those greater efficiencies as well. So it's all about, for me, the cost to the end user, the ratepayer for their water services. And I think that's the basis for my decision making today.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Mowbridge.
I just want to remind people that when I first stood for this council, Te Puke had an E-grade water supply. And I follow on from Councillor Thwaites. We introduced water meters. We were ahead of our time, and we've always been ahead of our time, and we've done the right thing. But what I cannot understand is how its shareholders are going to have any say whatsoever, and because you don't. And we'll have an annual report, we'll have a 6-monthly report, we can lean on the odd director, but if you've got a multi-organisation, you can guarantee you'll have sweet all, missed out the expletive, and sweet all in having some influence. So, sir, I just caution as to expectations. If we had a crystal ball, looking back in 20 years, if the information we have got, if the appointed people actually stick to it and do not veer off course as the shareholders, we have lost our say. And that's the point. People don't matter anymore. That's the issue.
Thank you, Councillor Mowbridge. Right, you do want to, Councillor Sol?
Yes, sir. In some ways, I guess you've got to look at, I've got to look at this as probably the best of a bad deal, if that's how it goes. But that's what it is perhaps before us now. I didn't see a problem with staying in-house, because it could still change, but it meant we had time, and time is something that worries me. Now we've got a point where there's still some time, and we've got off-ramps according to this, but we've got one hell of a lot of fighting to do from here on. I think there's going to be quite a problem as we go through these deals, and it concerns me greatly. But if that's the deal we've got that council goes with, that's how it is. It is collective responsibility. And I guess whilst I'm here, that's what I have to wear to, or all of us have to. But I fear for this being an even longer winded process than what it was heading before.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. I think we better put the motion there. Or did you want to rise and reply, Councillor Joyce?
Just wanted to talk about a couple of things. We're doing this for our people. I don't like the fact that I'm hearing mutterings that, we've forgotten the people. This is not true. We're doing this particularly for our ratepayers and residents to make sure we can provide for them in the future. And just because you have a different view of what that may be, it's frankly insulting to suggest that other people are not thinking about our people. And I would hope that argument doesn't come up again, because frankly, it's disgusting. The other thing I would mention is that, this council talks a lot about control. When's the last time, and some councils have been here 2 decades, when was the last time this council said to the engineers, don't put a pipe there? We don't need it. When's the last time that happened? Never. So that's the thing. We talk about control, but water services is the one area where we do not have the ability around this table. We all think we're roading engineers, but none of us even pretend to be waters engineers. We don't actually have control now because of the fact that we have to rely on expert advice.
At the table.
So, that expert advice will still be available under this new model, and it will still look after our people.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joyce. So with that rise reply given, I will put the motion that we go with that's been moved for multi-council water organisation rather than a standalone. All those in favour, please say aye.
Division, sir.
Okay,
Division.
raise hands. Let's raise hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And those against, please. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We just need to get the names. She has to get all the names.
Okay, so those against, please raise your hands. Those against, there was 4 against. Can you raise your hands again, please? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you got them? Great. Okay, thank you. So that's 8-4. I declare the motion carried. Yes. Right, so the next recommendation in the decision tree is then if a multi-council water organisation approves the multi-council water organisation being either initially with Tauranga City Council, subject to Tauranga City Council's approval of a corresponding resolution, or initially with Tauranga City Council and Thames Coromandel District Council, subject to Tauranga City Council's approval of a corresponding resolution, and if Tauranga City Council approves a multi-council water organisation with Western Bay of Plenty District Council and not Thames Coromandel District Council at this time, the Western Bay of Plenty District Council will proceed initially only with Tauranga City Council. So basically this one is, do we want TCDC in the mix? Okay.
Happy to move C1.
Okay.
And Henry second.
So it's been moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Henry for only TCC and not TCDC. Okay. I would like to speak to, or I'd like to speak to this one. I think as we've heard today, from a financial point of view, it would have been advantageous to join with TCDC. They bring some further savings, an element of balance to TCC, and a complementarity of asset investment that would have been useful. However, we heard loud and clear from our tangata whenua both last week and this morning their concern around the involvement of TCDC, and that it goes far beyond a mere antipathy towards Hauraki iwi, but would have real consequences for treaty settlements that are yet to be resolved, and potentially for consents and other matters going forward. So for that reason, I will not support joining with TCDC at this time, although I do want to acknowledge TCDC, both staff and elected members, for the work they've put into this and the good faith they have shown whilst working with us. But I want to support and support our tangata whenua partners, and we've heard loud and clearly their views on this one. So that's me. Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour.
Yeah, well, it seems that this is the pragmatic approach, and I have to say support that, as you've just said, in understanding the concerns of our iwi partners. I have a couple of disappointments. One is firstly, that early on in the discussions, our other Bay of Plenty councils largely gave us a cold shoulder and didn't want to be involved in that process. And that's a disappointment to me that we didn't have that opportunity. And so it's from a strictly council point of view, it's a disappointment too that we now have to ignore TCDC, given the way in which they approached the discussions and indicated a very keen willingness to work with us and to be part of forward-looking discussions. So I do hope, while acknowledging those disappointments, that in the future there will be further opportunity for other councils to join this body, assuming that it gets off the ground.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Some people might see it as a little bit of a contradiction where I'm going here, but in the last vote, I did agree with the multi-CCO. But in this one, I'm not prepared to back Tauranga City Council. I don't feel at present, from what we've heard from them, that they are still our really good potential partner. I can't name you others, but I believe given time, we might have found some, or we might have been able to make it a more palatable decision. But at present, sir, I'm going to vote against this because I do not believe that Tauranga, whilst they are a neighbour, whilst we already share with them, there is no reason in the future that we can't continue to share with them. We belong to outfits like Eco Lab. We belong to outfits like Botbless. We work together with things and councils around us, and I still believe there's a lot more to work with. So to me, I'm not prepared to support TCC as a partner at present. I'm happy not to have one other than we go down the road of looking at partners.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I think despite my reservations stated about working with TCC, it is really the only logical choice if they're the only willing partner at this stage. One, for the benefits of the criteria provided by the DI and the benefits that come from the local government funding agency in regards to scale of the organisation and the entity, the access to additional borrowing that brings. And like I said before, the ring fencing is our protection, the statement of expectation and the shareholder voting rights are our protection. So we do need to double down at that point when that is decided to make sure that we're not left as the poor cousin and we get sort of respectable treatment.
Thank you. Councillor Wickers.
Yeah, I'll be voting in support of this, but just noting my concern in regard to partnering with a singular large council that through the constitution and the shareholder agreement process, that for me, it'll be a bottom line that we have equal voting rights in that process so that we do not finish up in a disadvantaged position.
Thank you, Councillor Wickers. Councillor Henry.
I understand what Councillor Sol is saying, and I have reservations about Tauranga City too, but we haven't entered into any negotiations with them. We haven't talked to them about anything, and I would rather be involved and have that confirmed. If that is the case, what you have suggested, Ellen, then I'd rather have that confirmed to me by the consultation, through the consultation process. I mean, it may not go that way, but in terms of that, I have reservations like Councillor Wickers has said too, but we don't know what we don't know until we enter into those negotiations, and we are only entering into negotiations. That's all we're agreeing to. We're agreeing to open up the books and talk to each other and look at the options. That's what we're doing. it may lead to something else, but that is the point that we're at now. So, yeah, I'm happy to go with a partner. I mean, why would we be a multi-council water organisation without having a partner that we would talk to? Honestly, for goodness sake. I'm sorry, Alan, I understand what you're saying, but we need to start something. And through that, something else might come to fruition. We might get with other partner. We might find that it's successful. But until we start this process, we're not going to know what we don't know. So I support the resolution there. Oh, did I second
Thank
that?
you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Henry. Councillor Joyce.
I don't want to add too much. I think Councillor Daly, Councillor Wickers and Councillor Henry have said quite a bit. I just remind there's also another couple of people in the bedroom, and that is the two regulators. Yeah, the thing about this thing is he's got these two rails, like a railway line, two rails. One is going to be the Commerce Commission, one TA, and whatever happens to run this, it's going to be run on their rails. And it's going to be, the hardest part's going to be to keep both of them happy, because we've already been told by the Commerce Commission they expect creative tension, for those of you that went to the thing in Rotorua that we went along to. So, you know, there are very firm rules around this. And this CCO, this separated out water entity, now however we set it out, is always going to be subject to very, very firm sets of rules set somewhere else.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Granger.
Yeah, thank you. As expressed by several of my colleagues around the table, we have reservations about the Big Brother aspect of TCC being our only partner, and that is why TCDC was an attractive option to try and smooth some of that out, but the wheels fell off that one quite obviously. So long as we have a bottom line that they do not have majority shareholder vote in whatever organisation we come up with, then and hopefully we can find some other partners in the Bay to reduce their dominance in the situation, then this is the best we can do at the moment. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Granger. So I think then we'll speakers, I will put the motion, and that is for TCC only, at this stage at least. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Perhaps, yeah. Would you? Division.
Yeah. Yes.
Keep it simple. Thank you. So all in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And those, they've got the names? Okay. And those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So that's carried. Thank you. Right. Next. Might want someone else moving it, Councillor Joyce, but we'll see. Right. So then, resolution D.
Which one? Do we need D? I think because we've decided to have CCO, I think if you've resolved to have a CCO, I still think you should go back and check with your other partners who are not going to be in the CCO, just to let them know about your decision. But I don't know about due diligence and that.
But do we need a resolution to do that, or can't we just do that?
I think we can just update them so they know. But we're not required to do due diligence because we don't have a third party. Yeah.
Councillor Henry.
I'm happy about. I think that whenever decisions we made at this magnitude, that there'll be people who really would be interested to see what our result is. And I think it might be appropriate to let them know. And I'm just wondering whether there'd be other people who would maybe we might consider in there. But that's all. Just let them know our decision. We're not making any promises to start something at a later date. We're not there yet. I think the head's done in enough about what we've gone through today without having to decide on that.
Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. I actually do believe due diligence is exactly that. And you delve deeply into yours and your potential other partners' details and how they are, and the potential ones around us, which I still believe there could be. So to me, that D is a sitter just to carry on. I just believe that should be normal due diligence, as has been brought up previously.
So it sounds like with advice from the C that we don't need to resolve D and E. They're more like sort of offline discussions, if nothing else. Mira?
Given that the other councillors mentioned have already resolved and made their own decisions, we don't need to go back and consult with them because they've already come to a conclusion on where their council's at.
Yeah.
But we will always be in contact with them going forward because most of them have resolved to reconsider joining a joint CCO in the future anyway.
I think it's important we keep communicating with one another. We can only benefit from that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So we're moving on to. Is this going to change things, Councillor Ellie? Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I'd like to move recommendation D. Despite the advice, I think it would be beneficial to signal that we're willing to engage further with these other eastern councils and during our due diligence phase. So I do like the idea of signalling that at this stage, rather than just expecting or an assumption that this is going to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Dowler. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sol. Okay. We'll speak to it further. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sol. You've probably have spoken, Councillor Dowler. Councillor Sol.
Yes, I just think it's fairly prudent, perhaps, to do this as a point, but I'm not that worried about it as long as it was happening. But to me, sir, it is part of, I guess, our governance process, and it always keeps opening, or keeps us open and potentially opens doors. So let's go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There was some technical. There's an extra resolution we'll need because it's not in Murray's list of alternatives. So we'll come to that in a second. I'll update you in just a moment. So, Councillor Sol, you've spoken. Yes. Thank you. Are there any other speakers for or against? Councillor Granger, then.
So upon reflection, I'm not sure that D or E need to be there because just BAU, if we're going to do due diligence, we're possibly being too restrictive in that option there. So whether I would be happy if D and E were struck.
Okay. What's reply, Councillor Daly?
Yeah, I only proposed recommendation D, not E. I would assume that would just be struck. However, I know that the our TCC colleagues, whether they've done this or not, they've indicated informally that they are also uncomfortable being the big brother. Maybe some of the councillors at least. And I really want to send the message, one, because of all the previous arguments that have been made from myself and others about the concerns of being in a sole arrangement with TCC. So I don't want that to be locked in. I do want the opportunity to explore these other options, and I do want to send that signal with this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion, and this is for resolution D, which is on the screen. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's 1, 2, 3. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, got them. Okay, I'll declare that lost. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone wishing to vote to move E. I'm looking around now, but I don't see no one wanting to do that. So that takes us on to F, which is approves a potential go live operational date of 1st of July 27 for the water organisation. I'm happy to move that.
Through the mayor, can we just take a pause there? We're probably thinking that that's part of a next decision process anyway. So although it's been put on the table, our recommendation is they're not considered today.
Okay.
So it's in the water. It will come back to you. The pathway that you've taken at the moment is that we've been asked to have a water service delivery plan with a multi-CCO with Tauranga City Council. So we will need to go back and we'll need to go and update the water service delivery plan, and then we'll come back with further resolutions on the 15th of August.
Okay, I'm so the screen's just gone off. I'm conscious that the I don't know if option or recommendation G is similarly should be treated like that, but there was a request for H to be discussed. So I think if we'll leave F and G, you're saying for a bit later, and move on to H, which is the discussion around stormwater. And the suggestion there is confirms that whilst the water organisation will deliver stormwater services, further work will be completed to consider other aspects of stormwater management, including asset ownership and charging options. Now, I think staff wanted to speak to this because we may need something a little bit firmer than that. So, Ariel?
I just wanted to direct you to what we had included in the water services delivery plan in regards to stormwater, which followed the discussion you had at your workshops around stormwater, which was the inclusion of those 5 recommendations about what would or wouldn't be included. I just want to direct you to the page in the current water services delivery plan. Just a moment.
So would this best be discussed at the next meeting? Because I'll highlight now the resolution or recommendation I have here that was just given to me just to, well, it was necessary, that council directs Chief Executive Officer to amend the water services delivery plan on the basis of a multi-council water services council-controlled organisation with Tauranga City Council, and that the amended water services delivery plan be presented to council for adoption, and that will be on the 15th. And I'm just asking or seeking advice here whether that stormwater discussion would have to be now, so it goes into the plan on the 15th.
Yes, that's correct. So at the moment, if you are able to go to the tabled item 1 on Stella, yeah, just pulling that up now. Why is that not showing? Sorry. That's page 8. So halfway down the page, we talk about council has decided that existing developed stormwater infrastructure, manholes, pipes, network infrastructure predominantly in the urban environments should be considered for transfer to the Joint Water Services Organisation, etc., etc. So what's been included in there was taken from those 5 recommendations that you agreed to when we discussed stormwater at the second workshop on the 10th of July, which followed the one that we'd had on the 4th of June.
So we have had a couple of workshops on this. We had given some direction which staff have incorporated into the draft water services delivery plan, and that is, well, as is written there, but urban transfers to the water services organisation, and the non-urban, which is effectively roading, adjacent to roading, stays with council, and asset and land stays with council as well, where it has a significant purpose as recreation and open space. That's the summary of it, but it's up there for you to read. Councillor Joyce.
The only part that I'm struggling with is we said where a significant purpose is recreation, not the significant purpose, because land can have more than one significant purpose. And yeah, that's, to me, it's quite important, because otherwise you're going to sit there going, well, this is mainly stormwater and well, this is mainly recreation, which is not actually the case. We're talking about any land that has a significant other use, which is a higher threshold. But yeah, bearing in mind that it's what we're saying, it should be considered, right? Yeah, I'm happy to move a resolution that, apart from that one change, we adopt this resolution, because it's that, you know, it's not actually, that gets us through the water services delivery plan, which is, you know, we've already got enough work on staff's plate without actually making it even harder when that still leaves it open to the concerns, for example, of Councillor Thwaites, right? It doesn't close any doors at this point.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, and and with that change where a significant purpose is recreation, I think that that covers things quite well. Ah. Okay, so just to clarify, I'm just finding the right stuff here. So recommendation H, I think we just need some different wording along the lines of, and I might have to think about this for a moment, so please bear with me. Confirms that the water organisation will deliver stormwater services as detailed in the tabled draft water services delivery plan, with the change about a rather than the.
Wording in there says will be considered for transfer. You've just transferred it. Well, yeah, it confirms that the water, that stormwater infrastructure will be predominantly in urban environments, will be considered for transfer to the joint water service organisation. That's the same wording as well.
Happy with that? I was just trying to do it on the hoops.
No, but
please bear with me. So, just for everyone's clarity, can we get that written up there, and then we can just make sure everyone's got this on the same page?
Confirms that developed stormwater infrastructure in urban environments should be or will be considered for transfer. Sorry, I'm going a bit fast. I was never very good with the copy. Yeah, sorry, I was never very good with the copy taking.
Well, sorry, I mean,
I'm reading off the page. That's the thing. So
I think we just referenced the draft water services delivery plan rather than try and rewrite it all there. That's
okay, but whatever works. I just wasn't sure how much detail.
So along the lines of confirms that the water organisation will deliver stormwater services, will consider delivering stormwater services as
confirms that the water organisation will consider the delivery of aspects of the stormwater.
No, we're doing the considering, not the water service organisation, right? So confirms that the water organisation will be considered, right, by council.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise you've got the wrong people doing the considering, by council to deliver stormwater services, full stop.
Councillor Vickers.
Why don't we just ditch that and just amend the water services plan, change the word, and we're done? Because it's there.
That is a good one. Good idea. Thank you, Councillor Vickers. So the only change is the to A.
I've made a note of that.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll come to that on the 15th. Okay. So it sounds like we're not seeking to move it.
It's disappeared. It's gone.
So then if the vote against it right
Yes,
now,
you have to
I'll
get
wait
rid
till
of
the
it because it's
15th.
been tabled, or-
Because I don't want to transfer anything.
Okay, so that is
I'll contact them to do something, but I'll transfer nothing.
Okay, so that is a wrinkle with Councillor Wickers' plan, in that some elected members would like to vote on it as of now. And obviously you don't want to lump the whole water service delivery plan into that decision. It's almost 10:30. one, I'm thinking we might want to just have give us some lunch and to come up with the wording while we're at lunch.
Yeah, just through the mayor, we would like to have it voted on, otherwise we won't know whether the stormwater
okay,
is in or
okay.
out for.
Let's come up with the wording, have a little break for lunch. We'll have a fairly quick lunch, come back at 10 to 2, I think would be the best option there. Thank you. Okay. I just want to give a little bit of heads up about what the plan of attack is. So we're going to have a look at the stormwater resolution, which has been worked up while we've been at lunch. Then we need to deal with the commitment agreement, which is basically to revisit that on the 15th after some amendments. And then we're going to move into confidential to let Thunder Ridge do their presentation. Okay, so can we have that on the screen, actually, the stormwater resolution, if that's possible, please? Okay, so I'll just give you all a moment to read that. Possibly have it slightly bigger font for those struggling. Right.
Perhaps through the chair, that's all right. The reason for the degree of specificity in this is that and this reflects the discussion you had last time, and it's taken straight from the Water Service Delivery Plan, is we need a clear decision from you in order to do the financial analysis, including or excluding stormwater. So at the moment, it includes stormwater because it's just easiest. But if we don't make a decision on these issues with this kind of guidance, then it will make the financial modelling quite complicated. So what we've done here is enough specificity so that we can see your wanting to take your time around this, while also enabling the financial model to be developed in time to deliver your water service delivery plan. So that's why we've got a degree of specificity. It's to retain your option in the future.
Councillor Joyce?
I've got a question on this. From an engineering point of view, you're talking about only considering existing infrastructure being moved across, but that future would be moved across. We end up with a stormwater plan where this 1.5 meters of pipe is run under one regime, and this 1.5 meters of pipe is run under another regime. This just seems a bit crazy to me. You know, how can engineers work with things where they're going to look up who owns which pipe before they do any work? So I just think, we need to simplify this. Perhaps agree that stormwater infrastructure with all the bits in between should be considered for transfer. I mean, the idea that existing might not be and future would be just seems to be a recipe for disaster. I mean, I'd be welcome some staff advice on that, because how can you work if you don't know who owns which bit of pipe?
Chair, yes, it will be problematic if the ownership is split, because then you're not only might be in a position where you've got different service levels, but also you'll have to treat it financially different. So I think the intent there was that meaning the assets we have today will transfer, but that doesn't mean that new assets will come to council.
Maybe we can think about how to clarify that if it's anywhere unclear, Ariel.
The second question, if I may, in the third paragraph, we talk about stormwater assets transferring, which seems to cut across what we say in the first two paragraphs. Because some things are, like land, are stormwater assets. But we just need to clarify, what we mean by stormwater assets in that third paragraph, because we're actually drawing a distinction in the second paragraph between some assets and some other assets.
Yeah, the need for that, which I agree is a contradiction if it wasn't for the inclusion of financial analysis. So we don't have the information at the moment to apportion what assets would transfer and what assets wouldn't. So the first decision, which is agree that we need to go through the due diligence process to decide on what might transfer or what might not. The third point is just to address the short-term requirements for the water service delivery plan to make assumptions around the financial analysis. Now, this is, that's why we've done it that way.
Councillor Granger.
Yeah, question if I may. Am I right in understanding that under the new rules and regimes that stormwater cannot be charged on capital value? It has to be a fixed charge, the same for everybody. Maybe different commercial to residential, but there can't be a scale of charge because there's no way to measure the stormwater like we can with input, like fresh water, and assume 80% for wastewater. So it can't be volumetric.
Through the mayor, so that is a future decision in terms of what they might look like, and there's still a process to work through.
So it's not in the legislation anywhere?
No.
How we charge for it? Right.
Councillor Joyce.
Can I make some suggestions? Take out the word existing in the first paragraph, so that you're talking about considering moving across the pipes. And then shorten the second paragraph to be agreed that assets, so knock out pretty much most of the first line, agreed that, and take out everything up to assets, probably stop at the word and, take it. So I'm not sure who's got the thing. Just highlight that down to there, stop, take that out, right? That the WSDP financial analysis will be based on the above stormwater assets transferring. I think that works. That's clear then that we're not going to try and split the pipes, but that we do want to hang on to the land. And at the end of the day, we're still only considering, which leaves Don's point, because Don, I take your point, Don, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I take your point. You don't want to be in a situation where we're deciding to transfer assets today. And that to me would allow us to do the modelling on a concrete basis.
So the question is, thank you for
so staff like that, yeah.
Well, yeah, thank you for that input, Councillor Joyce. The question is the Dow staff and Martin Jenkins who have to interpret that and write the delivery plan and due diligence based on that. Is that clear enough for you to do what you needed to do, basically?
Yes, thank you.
30 years of journalism wasn't wasted there.
Okay. Any further questions on this one? Councillor Murray-Bench.
Considering how I voted to keep it all in-house, I think you need instructions, don't you, for those options, because if TCC is going in-house, and clearly they are, then we are in a muddle if we don't look at both options. Can you achieve that?
Through the mayor, the answer to that would be no. We need to, we've got our recommendations from council today. We will be advising the Department of Internal Affairs of this decision, and we'll be seeking some advice from them around next steps.
Yeah, we'll work through the process, Councillor Murray-Bench.
So we could argue for the stormwater assets to remain and the funding, etc., to remain within house.
I don't think that's relevant to the TCC decision. I mean, we can make the alternative resolution to that is, I think it's, you might scroll down a little bit. If you scroll up a little bit, there's the alternative. Well, I've got it anyway. There we are. Or that's the alternative.
Well, that's the one I'd agree with.
Okay. Any further questions? No? Well, would you like to move that, Councillor Granger? Is there a seconder?
So which one are you moving?
All that we can see.
I think Councillor Henry was there. So it's been moved, Councillor Granger, seconded Councillor Henry. Debate. Councillor Joyce.
Well, just it's not actually making a decision. All we're doing is giving a basis for the staff to do calculations. Yeah, the fact, the key word in the top there is considered. So we're actually kicking this can down the road. I agree, in light of what TCC has decided today, there's going to be a lot of can kicking in all directions. And so, you know, we need a basis for staff to be able to do some work. And we're not going to see the modelling unless we ask for it. And that won't stop us at some point going in the other direction if that's the will of the council.
Councillor Henry.
And as we found out today with a CCO with no partner, this is a good time to be working not in haste, but not feeling like you were in haste, but to develop what we believe that is a good model for us to be going out to when we have partners that we're going to be talking to, that we've got all our ducks in a row and we know what we want to retain and what we were going to set off.
Any other speakers? Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour.
Yeah, I was going to say I broadly agreed with Councillor Joyce, and still he started talking about kicking the can down the road. I don't believe this is kicking the can down the road. It may not be making a final decision, but it is creating a basis on which to continue discussions. And I think that's really what today has been all about, establishing a basis to continue discussions. And that whole word due diligence that's been used so much. So yes, I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Scrimgeour. I think I'd add to that at some point there will be a long list of assets that staff will be working through as to what goes where, and trying to capture that in a pithy resolution is next to impossible. This allows us for staff to work through that list and work out the best solution for where those assets sit. So I'm supporting that motion. Councillor Thwaites.
Yeah, I can live with the wording there today, but like I said all along, stormwater is so much driven by growth and purchasing land and developing lakes and bits and pieces. It's not pipes in the ground. That is such a small part of that overall. It used to be a pittance amount until we started buying all that land at Omokoroa and other areas. So I'll just wait and see, but I'm glad we're still in the camp of the above Ruapehu, that stormwater is still in-house. So we haven't quite broken out yet. And it looks like Carroll haven't broken out of it either. So my fortress still holds Ruapehu.
Councillor Maybench.
I'll keep an open mind, sir. I'm not going to vote one way or the other. I was determined that we should do all this in-house, and that hasn't happened. And so staff have got no alternative but to work through this. Keep an open mind.
Thank you. So I think I'll put the motion now. It's been moved by Councillor Granger, seconded by Councillor Henry, with the wording up on the screen at the moment, with those corrections that have been made. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Okay, so we're now back to the tidying up resolutions, shall we say. So there's two more resolutions or recommendations we need to debate, and on the screen now. So firstly, that the CE amends the water service delivery plan on the basis of what we've decided today, basically, and that be presented to council for adoption. And I think that's on the 15th. Do you want to specify the 15th, or is it just keep it open? Okay. And then also, and I think we should do these together. The council receives the presentation and minutes from the council workshop 4th of June and 10th of July, and the workshop on the 14th of May. So various attachments, basically. Okay, July, thank you. You moving, Councillor Granger? Councillor Joyce has second. One assumes there's no debate on this one. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Item 2 on the agenda. So this is the well, the title is Approve the Commitment Agreement for Joint Council Water Services CCO. So we've got the alternative recommendations which recognise the decisions we've just been made. They're up on the screen now. One is receive the report, second, high significance, and thirdly, directs the CE to amend the commitment agreement to remove TCDC and to present an amended commitment agreement for approval. And again, that'll be on the 15th, though we don't have to specify the date. Okay, I'm happy to move those three recommendations. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Murray Benge. Don't think there's any debate. We'll have that debate on the 15th, no doubt. So I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So now, recognising that we have some external speakers in the chambers, and we want to deal with that first. We need to change the order of business to have our confidential section now, and also noting that, just find the right bit, that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, with the exception of, well, what number of people, but Glenn Snellgrove, Roger Williams, Tony Robertson, and Chris Abbott from Thunder Ridge for the presentation update to council.
Point of order, Your Worship. As I understand standing orders, and I'm open to being corrected, we actually have to give a time when we'll come out of in committee so the public can.
We don't have to give a time, no, because you can't know ahead of time, right?
Well, check standing orders.
Which standing orders are you quoting?
As I understood it, because I've been subject to this before I actually joined the council. John may remember a certain meeting that he was chairing. I think we're required to actually give a time to resume.
That's not how I've ever experienced it working. If you can provide the standing order, that would be really helpful.
I was hoping governance might know.
So the submitters asked for this to be in public. They saw no commercial issues that they were concerned about. And so I ask now, why can this not be done in public?
That debate would best be had while we're in confidential. Okay?
Pardon?
Because you can't debate what's confidential while you're in open. That's just. So there are two reasons for this being confidential: the withholding of the information necessary to enable council to carry out without prejudice or disadvantage commercial activities, and the withholding of the information is necessary to enable council to carry on without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations, including commercial and industrial negotiations. I take Councillor Joyce's point of view. I have not been provided the standing order. I'm not familiar with whichever one that is that says what time we have to come out. I can't see how we can abide by that, frankly.
No, I'm not
So I'll ask for a mover and seconder to change the order and to go into public excluded with the exceptions I've already said. So Councillor Henry, are you moving that? Councillor Sol. Councillor Sol, you're doing it? Go and move it, please. Councillor Sol, Deputy Mayor Scrimger, all in favour, please say aye. Against?